Do a quick roll call.
Sup?
One, we got a Z. We have an Amy. I believe we had Cody Iris. I think I heard a Piper sniff.
A Piper? I haven't heard Piper in a hot minute.
I thought I heard the sniff of a Piper.
Go throw a pillow at Piper Iris. She's probably passed out.
I don't
It's
think
possible.
she's passed out.
Oh no.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yep. Throw the pillow.
Wait, I have a better solution. Be right back.
Oh.
Water bottle in revenge.
Oh no.
She's going to be recorded in her
Oh, you're already streaming? Oh shit.
Yep. She's going to be recorded. Her evil ways.
Oh my god, there's so many morsels.
What?
Yes, that's part of the reason why the Google folder that I sent you has the extra document. That's just the morsels cards. And they are ordered in such a way that you should be able to see this is what you have available now, this is what you have available at this level, and like towards the end is like it's only available for certain subclasses. So you can like print that to a PDF, actually print that whatever, mark it up so that it's a little bit easier. X out the ones you really don't want or can't access.
Do the old highlight it in Sharpie.
So.
No. Sorry.
Oh no! Go ahead. Finish your thought.
No. We gotta start game. I was gonna go on a little fucking tangent.
If it's okay, then I'd like to have a quick recap. Which there was the ghoul invasion, which we finished Friday. I was about to say yesterday.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
Shit, I thought it was yesterday too.
It feels like yesterday.
That's
it truly does.
The weekend just blends together because we're exhausted.
Yeah, it'd be like that sometimes.
What about
But
I'm back.
So we had finished up. Oh yes.
Never mind. Go ahead.
We had finished up a ghoul attack. Was there? I feel like that was the bulk of what happened. There was just an introduction, everyone getting acquainted with everyone else's characters, people coming back from hunts, people going about their daily routines, and at a show that was going on, a magic show, in honor of a new historical society being put up. There was a sudden onset of ghouls, and we stand amongst the carnage. Several, not several, but like tens of people who have been killed, while only, what is that? 13 remain. A gruesome outcome, to be sure. 14 citizens, not counting all of the incredibly capable fighters in the midst.
Quick question. I think I was nerfing myself last game. The Blessed Wooden Stake, does it really use alchemy as the ability?
No.
Okay. Then there's a mistake in...
Yes. The Blessed Wooden Stake, that is a melee light weapon.
Okay, perfect. Never mind.
I fixed it in the weapons tree. I thought I had fixed that once before. I guess it did not save. Very strange.
Probably
but oh well.
because I added it to my character sheet before you changed it, so I think mine is the old version. But it's fine, because I'm going to use RPG sessions.
Okay. Yes, but Everyone is now collecting themselves. Edgar and Ingrid have taken to trying to keep the crowd hushed, while the other hunters begin to collect around. The other weirdlings, rather, start to collect around each other. It's noteworthy that as the pitched sense of combat starts to die down, there is still an air of tension as many of the ghouls had fled, an unknown number of them, in fact. But the current threat is, at the moment, gone. Malik, as he is now not immediately threatened, rolls his neck, and you can hear the bones cracking as if he's popping his neck tens of times, and he shrugs almost the size off as he is reconvening with Madigan and Vincent. His form shrinks noticeably back down to a relatively normal size, though he has the distinct bits of viscera and gore from creatures about his face. And he'll walk over to Madigan, give her one good pat on the back, "Hey, you good?"
Yeah, of course I'm fine. Someone's gonna need a shower after this, though.
He blinks for a second and then just wipes a hand across his mouth. It gets a big red paste and throws it onto the ground, and it makes this schlick noise.
She says that, and I assume she's also extremely covered, probably more than him.
More.
Hud, you specifically described on Friday being head to toe covered in viscera.
It looks like you're at the center of a fucking blender. That's how fucking covered you are.
Yeah.
No assuming, you flat out stated it already several times.
Yeah, you were the blender.
In
that little alcove here.
Yeah, that alcove is caked in a thin layer of just gore. Vincent, in goop. Vincent walks up and, in as appropriate a gesture as you could imagine, he walks up and takes one long white pale finger and drags it across your cheek and makes wipes up some goop onto his finger and looks at it for a second and just goes, then pops it into his mouth. And then he pulls his finger out and he just goes, not my vibe. Shakes his head.
I didn't think it would be. But there's no point in being wasteful.
He just gestures head from your head to your toe, and he just goes, "Oh, feel free to help yourself, lick yourself clean, then."
Maybe not. She's trying to how would I put this? You know when you take a washcloth and you go along your arms kind of thing? She's trying to do that, but it's getting caught in her fur that's around her hands, so it's just making it worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's smeary, it's bad. But they're just checking in on you. Paige, Pierre, just having kind of stumbled backwards, is listening to Ingrid. He's kind of lumping himself in with the group of people, but after a second pauses and notices that you're not nearby and will start to look for you and be like, "Paige? Oh, well, you..." And then he'll take a few steps back and be like, "Paige. Oh, what are you doing?" Grab your shoulder and spin you around. "Are you okay?"
What? Of course I'm okay. Are you?
He blinks for a second and just nods, just goes, "Yeah, I'm all right. This is yours?" And he hands you the pistol back.
Oh, thank you. You didn't break it, did you?
No, I did not break it. Where did you get that? was that a gift from Riley or?
Yes, he gave it to me last week. And she's gonna fucking take her hat off and just put the gun in her hat absentmindedly and puts the hat back on.
He watches you do that and then tilts his head for a second and just shakes, ignores it. Edgar says we should wait here for a little bit until things begin to die down. But well, I guess there will be help coming soon. And in the distance, you can hear. It sounds like a church bell. The like dung dung dung, but it's not at the top of the hour. This is very distinctly. It's different than a church bell in that the hunters would recognize this. This is an alarming bell, meant to signal like something is wrong.
Oh. Looking between these ones, and then over to Ingrid.
Ingrid also is kind of looking up in just skyward, almost as if she can see the signal of the bell in the air, and she narrows her eyes. Sinclair does the same. She will hustle over to Edgar and say a few things in a hushed tone. Edgar just kind of nodding, very much kind of deferring command to deferring to her expertise in the situation, and is just nodding like, okay, yeah, yeah, you got it. And he is going to like try to corral some people, and he just goes, okay, all of you listen up. We're going to move out through the front now. And there's just a hush murmur to people, just like, oh man, are we moving? I don't know. Did that door to lock on its own? I'm not sure where we're going. What about all the people who died? Just panicked whispers growing out from around this area. Are any of you doing anything?
Willow, as soon as like the last little embers of the dead ghouls that Electra hit fell to the ground, would have just like very lightly tapped her on the shoulder, like, excuse me, and would start as she's poking around the building.
Yeah. So
Agneta would immediately, as soon as she went in and saw that the ghouls were dead, start tending to wounds. If anyone was hurt.
We do have Madigan was the one that is most overtly wounded, as like you saw some ghouls bite down and chomp on her.
Oh shit, I need to roll
Madigan.
this.
Yes, also, before I forget,
Strain rolling.
anyone who used strain during the fight, you may roll a discipline or cool check with no purple.
Yes,
and you get a number of strain back equal to your number of successes.
Hey,
Hey,
back down to nothing.
same.
Maddie?
Hey.
Do you have equal half or less of your wound threshold?
Not. It's less than half.
Okay. So can I go ahead and make an easy medicine check then?
Yes, you may.
And you said it's successes give strain back, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
advantages.
number of successes.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking the
not
medicine
on
check.
this one, yeah. The medicine check will also give you strain back.
For medicine, your successes equal wounds, and your advantages equal strain.
So you heal 4 wound, 2 strain.
Nice.
I'm also going to attempt it on myself, which will make it harder. But I'm going to do it anyway.
You said 4 wounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Oh no! I busted my first aid kit. It's out of... I healed 4, but I broke it.
So I'll say, like, as you scrape the bottom, the last bit of your kit, you are able to heal yourself and get a couple of your wounds in a better place. So you're not as beat up as you once were, but you are out of supplies, and that is going to end up needing to be corrected very quickly. But you know the church has those supplies, so
And
okay.
all of us started with a stim pack as well.
Mhm.
Correct.
So you absolutely need stuff.
Oh, we started with one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, everyone gets a single stim pack. It does not recharge on a long rest though. It is a single use, like once you use it all the way up, it is kaput.
Okay.
Oh, I bought a bunch. So
Well, that's good
Yeah.
because now you have a bunch that you can just use as needed.
okay, I didn't
True.
know that we started with one.
Because I bought an extra one too.
Only one.
I also brought
Yeah.
extra ones.
Okay, so do I just like tick them up one because I didn't know we started with one?
Yes.
Hey, they're all in her hat.
Great. So you all heal yourself up. You notice that if you care to heal or attempt to heal Malik, he has a couple of gashes and gouges around his ankles, but is mostly unharmed. And all of the civilians who were attacked, or all of the civilians who are remaining standing, were not harmed. It does not take much damage to get one of them completely killed. So, unfortunately, there's no but both fortunately and unfortunately, there's no civilians who need medical attention.
Yeah. One got a paper
Or-
cut earlier in the day, but they're not worried about it right now.
Were there civilians that died?
There were many civilians who died. So, to go a bit further, you can explore the map if you wish. This map, as you explore throughout the rooms, this building was very thoroughly populated with people. And it seems that in the attack during that sudden, like, just ambush of ghouls, or ghoulites, I keep calling them ghouls. Ghouls are bigger. These are shorter and a bit, like, more flimsy. During this ambush of ghoulites, many of the people indoors were slaughtered very, very suddenly. And Willow, as you start to explore past some of the areas, you'll notice that there's blood stains and other dangerous things. Here, I'll open a door for you. Right
Hey.
here.
Head kick. Ah.
Very fun, isn't it? But as you explore, there are blood stains and viscera from other people who were attending this event. People who were more interested in the history and not as invested in the magic show, looking at some of the different areas, either looking at artifacts, either relaxing, talking with friends, just kind of cavorting.
Willow is disgusted, but Willow continues. She's just going. She's going on a trip, y'all.
I kind of. I'm trying to figure out if Paige is like the curious type to like want to figure out and also follow. I think she is.
Yeah. So Pierre does not. He like, you start to walk and Pierre just kind of snags you by the arm and he's just like, "Where are you going? What are you doing? This is dangerous. There were beasts everywhere."
I'm going to figure out how to take him from.
"Oh well, you're not going alone." And he like straightens himself up a little bit, trying to look bigger.
Pierre, are you sure? You don't have to, and plus there are other people going inside as well.
Shakes his head, just goes, "I could not live with myself if I let you go alone."
Honestly, none of you should be be going into the building.
What? I have more banana chocolate, and I was called.
Malik like lifts his nose and just starts sniffing, and or rather, he tilts his head back, in a gesture that Madigan you typically do, but when he lifts his head back, he doesn't sniff like with his nose. He lifts his head, pointing his nose upward, and for a brief second, you see like the slick, thin tongue of his protrude, and he is probing the air.
Ew.
And I'll roll some dice to see if he can detect any of these guys. Perception.
I found a toilet.
He, as his head is like tilted back and he starts probing the air with his tongue, there's a pause where he just shakes his head and just goes, there's lots of blood, but I don't smell any more creatures. At least, I don't think I do. Just lots of blood.
Could I try and listen for any, like, movement, I guess?
You could.
'Cause,
Willow,
yeah,
when
if-
you enter this area, you will need to make me a hard 3 purple fear check, as when you enter, there is gore here, but rather than a light dusting of just people who have been cut down or like just blood stains and things like that, there is a particularly brutal scene in here. A corpse plastered against the wall, torn apart at the waist, arms just thrown about in either part of the room, torso gouged and ripped open in a just spread of horrible animalistic gore. And you have seen some pretty grisly things. You've seen people blow their fingers off and other types of bad laboratory accidents, but this is violence.
So it'd be discipline.
Discipline, yes.
Okay, I do have that in my back pocket for this. Yeah, nope. I am going to use my boon that I have. If I can find where it is. Hey, major boon, incredible luck. I'm gonna re-roll that fucking thing.
Go for it.
May not be better, but here's hoping. Well, no threats.
No threats. So you like walk into the room and your eyes like glance up and you see that horrible image for half a second, and then your foot slips on some of the slickness of the blood on the smooth flooring, and you don't fall, but the slip causes you to look down, and you just have that brief moment where you catch yourself and you're just like, okay, just take a minute, take a deep breath, and you breathe in and you can smell that really thick tinge of iron in the air from all of the blood. You're like, okay, maybe not too deep of a breath, but there's it. You are able to pause, collect yourself, and mentally prepare for what you may see as you begin to kind of wander the halls. And as you look up, you see that this person has been like opened like a chest, like a treasure chest, and inside their guts have been thrown about. There are footprints and claw marks around the room, but there appears to be no sign of any ghoulite, as their work here has been interrupted, probably by the fleeing other ghoulites.
Whatever Maddie rolls for fucking listening, get this little tiny gag from Willow.
Go ahead and roll, Maddie, with 2 purple to make your perception check.
Willow just kind of lifting her a scarf and covering her mouth and nose.
Okay. So with that, Madigan, you like kind of collect yourself and close your eyes and just really tune in to the area around you. You're trying to listen and hear any sort of little bits of noise that catch. You hear the distant bell, you hear the shuffling of people and the murmured, worried whispers of the citizens behind you. You can hear Ingrid kind of walking, checking in on the different people, giving them like a little bit of attention, not too much, but just enough to be like, hey, are you okay? Are you wounded? Etc. And you hear all of these little things. And amongst that, you hear just the slight like huh of someone inside the building. But that is a very distinctly human noise. One that you're not surprised to hear so much as you're like, oh, didn't expect that. All right. Someone must be inside. And other than that, it is silent. You don't hear the skittering, familiar, hurried steps or clawing and creeping of any sort of creature.
Well, I think whatever was here is gone now.
Vincent walks over to the nearby interior wall. This building is only 1 story, but it is like a wide area. Vincent walks up to the wall and like places 1 foot on it and starts to scurry up the wall, much like those ghoulites, but in a it is a very unsettling scurry as he clambers up the wall and then gets on top of the roof. And he'll get up there and he is all the way up on top of the building now. And you can hear from up there, he's starting to get like a better view of this area of the city. And he calls down and says, I don't see no one.
Are there any other commotions?
Well, there's a crowd of people coming this way. I do see more City Watch. Better late than never, I suppose.
They're always late, so. What do you expect?
Malik like takes a few steps forward, and you can hear this. Willow, you can also hear this. The echoed squelching footsteps as Malik just walks through the gore that was left by Madigan's hammer, and he will open this doorway and walk in here. And he's kind of cautious as he walks in, and he has this very like predatory stance, partially hunched forward, with his like eyes around, and he is again probing the air with his tongue, just checking to see if there's anything he can pick up.
Can I? Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Maddie will follow Malik back up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Can
Willow.
I go poking around a little bit? Because I know this is like nasty, gory viscera room, but
Yeah.
there's like footprints and stuff as well. Is it meant like footprints that are human or footprints that are more ghoulite?
It's a mix. It's a mix of the two. You can see footprints of people who may have been panicked and running, or the footprints of people who there are ghoulite footprints. You can see just a collection mixed around in the blood. There are footprints that lead from where you're standing out to the door south of your position, and then there are people's footprints just plastered throughout, as if they were kind of meandering around. But then when things started to go badly, they tried to leave. Maybe they ran into something. It is a big mess. If you wanted to try and glean some insight into what potentially transpired in this room from the footsteps, or kind of how things went down, you could roll me. Let me see. Survival, I think, would be appropriate.
Wait.
Survival with, I'll say, 1 purple.
Hey.
Yeah. So, just kind of snooping around this area, you can see that the human footprints. There were some human footprints that lead from the area you're in back here, and then there are ghoulite footprints that go from both doors. They go all throughout. But it's difficult to tell whether one set of ghoulite footprints are more recent, but the human footprints that are in the blood that are very easy to read because of the nature of like their shoe prints, there's none that managed to get to a door.
Gotcha. She's just poking around.
Yeah. So just looking around, you can tell that there's a lot of destruction. Difficult to tell if it was intentional, but there are all of the historical, like some of the dioramas or different artifacts or other antiques that were collected here, which are largely for show to symbolize like a historical appreciation. A lot of them are destroyed, knocked over, broken, splattered with blood. Some that are left intact are not either they are the more removed from the center of the room or where people would be. So there's like a vase that had been tucked in the corner to like hold a plant is still surviving, or still survived the interaction, but most anything that was even close to where a person was standing is either soaked in some amount of blood or has been destroyed and knocked over. Paige, Sister Agneta, Electra, is there anything that you all are doing as the place is kind of now being investigated?
Organizing the crowd, getting them ready, giving them safety tips, forming them in a line. Wondering why
Gotcha.
people are leaving the group, but that's on their heads.
'Cause adventure.
Agneta would have went where Maddie went after healing her.
Gotcha. Agneta, I will put you in the appropriate place, because if you're following Maddie, you would be in this center room area. Electra, make me a leadership check at 2 purple. Everyone's starting to calm down now, so they're a lot less scattered. And I will have Edgar make one as well, for the sake of... Nice. So with 3 successes, between you, Edgar, and Ingrid, the group of people now have finally calmed down enough that they're no longer frightened and they are more willing to listen to orders as they are given. Edgar himself has also kind of steeled his resolve, or steeled himself and hardened his resolve. And he's acting more like the captain he presents himself to be. Sinclair, all the while, has been like leaning up against a tree. He is reloading his wheel lock pistol.
Alright, I'm gonna get them into lines of 2. I'm gonna tell them if any of them got injured to speak up. Ghoul bites can be very serious if left untreated.
Yes, you as a hunter, you would know that one of the more dangerous things that can happen during ghoul attacks, or ghoulite attacks for that matter, is unchecked bites or wounds. You know for a fact that, like, most often, those who are the weirdlings, if they're bitten or scratched in any way, they're usually fine. They're most likely inert or immune to any sort of like transformative diseases. They might get sick, but they're not going to get sick in a way that is dangerous, either to them or to others. But any humans who were gravely injured need to be checked, because ghoul fever can set in. And ghoul fever is a bad one. And you can see that Ingrid is also checking them, going through, making people... There's blood splatter on most of these civilians, but as far as you can tell, just looking them over, kind of glancing to and fro, it doesn't seem to be that any of them are immediately wounded.
And just double checking this. Ghoul fever would
Mhm.
be zombie, essentially.
Sort of,
You
yeah. It's
turn
like
into a
it is
ghoul.
a vampire zombie. Yeah.
Okay.
And lastly, we're all getting you to a safe place. But regardless, do not run off. We cannot protect you if you all go wandering into the buildings. And she makes that part a little bit louder to catch the ears of the people inside. And furthermore, we have to make sure you're all vetted and cleared for leaving. There could be other attacks going on in the city. We don't know what's going on yet. So, stick with the people next to you. The people that can fight will be surrounding you. You will be safe. Well, as safe as you can be.
Yeah, and these...
she'll go to Sinclair and help him move again.
Yeah, you go over to Sinclair and offer him an arm, and by this time he has finished reloading his pistol and like cinches it back into his side holster. He just rolls his neck. He's kind of using his saber as a pseudo cane inside of its sheath. It's straight enough and sturdy enough that he's able to put a little bit of weight on it, so he takes one hobbled step before you get there, and then he, without any sort of fuss, relents and will let you help him walk.
I see you're learning. Good job.
Give it a rest. I don't want to hear your pompiety.
I am
He
never
just
anything
flicks his
like
hair.
that.
Say what?
I am never anything like that, and she will flick him. It's good of you to learn to accept help from others.
He just humphs and like does not look you in the eye, but he is appreciative of the gesture in his own fussy boy way.
Mm-hmm.
all of these civilians start to maneuver around to this area. Quite a few of them are a bit like upset in the stomach at some of the intensity of the visuals as they kind of maneuver around. Ingrid at the back, Edgar to the side-ish, to the front. Everyone's starting to move that way. Paige, were you doing anything?
They have to go through Blender hallway.
Yep, that's the front
Yes.
exit.
She's snooping around in this hallway, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Go
She
through.
hasn't
Just
gone
being-
very far because she is, as curious as she is, she's
Mhm.
also aware that she is very squishy.
Mm-hmm.
So she isn't going too far, but like in this general area, she's over here and over here,
Through this
where
door.
she last saw activity.
Go through this
Mhm.
door.
Through that door. She is squishy, and Pierre is
Poke
not
your
built
head
for
through
combat.
that door. Poke your head through the door.
Okay, you know what? You know what? I was actually thinking about it, but I was a little cautious. She would poke her head a little bit, because like I imagine over here is where the banana was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
underneath the rug.
Yeah.
So as you walk up, and do you want to collect the banana or do you examine it at all?
She would examine the banana. She's like, huh, it actually worked.
So roll me. Let me see. Roll me a. I'll say you can roll me either a knowledge hunting or survival or alchemy. Either any of those will work. As you with 2 purple as you go and like grab the banana peel and pick it up.
He said knowledge hunting, alchemy, or what?
Survival.
Or survival.
Cool, picking that one. He said 2 purple, right?
2 purple. Yes. Yeah.
She knows
so-
her fruit.
Yeah, you walk up and you look at it, and the banana peel is like, it looks like a banana peel. It acts like a banana peel. It's so as you kind of investigate it and look at it closer, there's something really unusual about it. It has a sort of grainy, rough texture to it that normal bananas obviously do not have. And as you kind of rub it between your fingers and like rub the outside part of it rubs off onto your finger, and it rubs off red. And it is like a kind of not powdery, but it has like a soft, almost like snot gooey like texture to it as it rubs from the banana peel onto your fingers. And you're starting to look at it and you're like, so it looks like as you had kind of willed your power to place a banana peel in that area. It seems that the will that what had happened was, it seems like it manifested a banana out of what was available in that area. And so this is like a affected, congealed piece of blood from that was under the carpet. And it is now shaped into a banana peel shape. And it, for all the parts that you, like if you were to rub it and aggressively kind of break it apart, it would probably turn back into blood. But as it is right now, it is a banana peel that has a very strange quality to it.
Ah. Gross.
Pierre from over your shoulder just goes, "What is gross? Where does it
Nothing.
come from?"
Don't worry about it. I think we should look in there, maybe? Just, I'm going to put it under the rug, and we're not going to talk about it again.
He just watches you throw the banana peel down under the rug and kind of just kick the rug back over it. No need to worry about that.
See, look, under the rug, yeah?
He just raises an eyebrow and is like, I suppose. What is in here? And he will also poke his head in to this dining room area. So Paige, you looking in there, you can see that this entire dining room, this was a like historical recreation of a like old school Renaissance era like long royal dining room table. And the dining room table, chairs, and elements along the entire setup, it had been corded off as not to be used, but looking at it, it has been very badly disturbed. Some of the eating utensils on imagine that there were most likely ghouls that had been in this room as well. Can you make me a fear check at 2 purple? A discipline.
Also, can you unpause the game, Joe?
Oh yeah, why the fuck?
Thank you. You said discipline 2 purple, correct?
Correct.
Keep clicking off, and then I lose my little roller. There we go. Fucking don't minimize. Thank you.
Yeah, so you poke
What
your head in
fear?
there, and there is a sudden like urge of like, oh boy, and you pull your head back and just, okay, I'm good. And Pierre's like, what's the problem? And he'll poke his head in there, and now he's gonna do it.
Oh, no, can
Because
you
if I
stop
can't,
him?
if I can't make you, you can try to stop him. Go ahead, roll me an athletics.
You know what? She would try.
Roll me an athletics with 2 purple.
Fuck. Shit.
Uh,
She tries.
So, to answer your question, Iris, thank you for addressing that. What I will do is I liked the way that Cody had done it in Avatar. So we will do the 1 destiny point per player and 1 per DM at the start of the game.
The standard Genesys way of doing it. The only FFG thing I've ever seen that requires rolling for those points is Star Wars.
Mm-hmm. So that's your athletics check as a fail. So he's like, what are you looking at? You're like, no, don't. You put both of your hands on like his upper
chest.
torso to try and like
to,
stop him.
push.
But he has already leaned into the room. Damn it. He leans into the room and just goes, oh, and then covers his mouth and pulls back. And your arms, they had never left the front of his chest as you were like continuing to push him, but not to any success. But he does move himself out of the way and back into the hallway. And he just covers his mouth and looks at you with like a lot of concern and worry. But after a pause, you hear him kind of swallow and just go, I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm good. Whew. That is...
Look in there.
Well, you got to look in there. I wanted to see what you saw.
Just because I'm, the boss here.
He like shakes his head as if, like, excuse me? Like shakes, look, what do you mean you're the boss? Yes, you're the star of the show, but the show is over. It's done.
Well, technically we were booked for the next hour, so I'm still the boss.
He raises his eyebrows and is like, oh yeah? And he just like, then I will be my own boss. I am the older brother, so I will be the boss.
No, see, you're the older brother usually, but right now you are my assistant. So I'm the boss, so when I say don't go in there, you don't go in there.
Just stares, like, looks at you with this blasé, like, whatever. And he will continue to follow you as he doesn't want to argue too much, but he is like also like, I'm after looking in there, he's like, you know what, I'm good, I'm just gonna do my best to be the supportive brother.
Yeah, I also find it so funny. I imagine he's like a full like almost 2 feet. He's at least 6 feet tall. So there is a big fucking height difference with her 4'10" frame. She's like, no, I'm the boss. You need to listen to me. But she's going to poke a little bit more into this room a little bit because, I mean, she has already... Oh no, it collides with the wall. I cannot move further. Can I go that way? Oh, there's a door.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there's a piano. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I guess...
Pierre will be right behind you.
Yeah, she's going to investigate a little bit more into this room.
In this room, you can see the full scope of what was contained in here. This continuing the scene of bits and bobs of gore and other things. There's more destroyed and desecrated historical elements. It's at this point that everyone, as you're all kind of exploring around in your own way, you hear Edgar shout out, just like, we're moving out of the building now, and if you guys all want to meet up at the front, if anyone else is still around here.
Oh. Shoot. We need to go.
Pierre steps back and just goes, right away, obviously. Do not want to cause trouble.
Right. If we go to the courtyard, we can run real fast and they won't notice where we're going.
Everyone else starts to... Huh?
Her master plan: go through up here, cut through the courtyard, get to the back of the group. They won't notice.
As you both start to head out and pop out this way. Let me see. Beside you, you hear the thump of somebody landing, and Vincent lands from the top of the roof. Just there's barely an audible stomp, only enough that you noticed it. And he straightens himself. He just probably jumped a good 14 or 15 feet and landed on his two legs and is fine. And Pierre just blinks. Vincent looks at him and then looks at you, Paige, and then smiles, and you can see both of his fangs, which go from top to bottom of his jaw to very, very prominent vampire fangs.
She's gonna fucking stage whisper to Pierre. I think we were good. I'm not sure though.
He holds one finger. Pierre looks at you and just goes, I don't think he will get us in trouble. At least I hope. He is one of the hunters, right?
I mean, he seems very nice, don't you think?
He seems like a bit of a monster, but like a nice one. He shrugs.
I mean, his glasses look very good on him. I think he's very nice. Obviously, that's the rule, yes? When you have good glasses, you are good.
Pierre just shrugs and just goes, is that the rule? I've never heard of this rule. Where did you hear this?
What do you mean you never heard of this rule?
Just what the
It's
fuck?
a rule. She's gonna smile and wave as she just starts walking, just yeah, no, he's nice. He has cool glasses. You haven't heard of this rule. That's what you said.
You just make up things like this on the fly. Do you go about your day thinking of things that you can do just to torture me?
How was I supposed to be doing this time?
As you're walking and you give one last little glance and wave to Vincent, he waves his fingers in a very overly animated kind of way where he holds his hand and moves each finger independently, and he just goes toodaloo.
Mirrors him. Little finger wave. He's like, see? Good glasses? He's a good person. Take notes.
Pierre just like missed to himself, just like, take notes with what? There's nothing to take notes with. I don't know what is this? And the rest of the crew, Malik is now moved out of the way. This group of civilians have moved through the gore and are mostly out of the house at this point. And they get about here to the front entrance area. And then Ingrid will look to Electra and Sinclair and Vincent and nod, and then look at Edgar, who will wave and say, I guess I'll rally some City Watch and we can see what we'll find. I'm not sure what to do about the ghouls that got away. Don't worry about it. Maybe we'll dispatch some hunters, I'm not sure. The church will probably have something that they want to do about it, too. And you can hear them discussing that as they move behind these two. Willow, as you are meandering through the halls, looking at all of these different historical things,
I'm sorry, I'm just having fun with the map thing.
I figured you were.
I'm enjoying the lights. And
Here's the thing. It's so cool. It's finally a map or fucking tabletop system, or what you know the fuck. That we as players can discover things. You don't even gotta do shit. No more fucking fog of war. You gotta wait for the DM to just highlight it and de-highlight it. No, just click a button, open door.
I'm pretty sure you were sitting there watching me for a second, go up and down the 2 blocks, watching the lights change.
It's so cool.
My aim is to eventually get a map that'll allow you to in some sort of orderly fashion explore, but as you are able to kind of freely explore, to just look around at all of the carnage and what did and did not survive of this attack. Each individual room that is set up in a museum style historical recreation sort of way. Recreation, not recreation. But Willow, as you walk into one of the more, I don't want to say stony rooms, but I'm not sure how else to describe it. There's a tingle in the back of your mind, as specifically with the kitchen area that you are now in, with the metalworking, the pots, the pans, the stoves, and pipes that go throughout the room. There are fake food. There is fake food set about, but there's not as much gore in this room. There's still traces of blood of what you assumed would have been ghoulites having finished or recently finished a meal, running through this area, leaving a trail. As you are walking in this area, there's that soft tingle in the back of your mind from a different source, and it gets some sense of pleasure out of the mechanical nature of just the manufacturedness of all of these historical rooms. It's very pleased to see a room that is entirely fabricated. There isn't any sort of plant life, there isn't any window, it is just stonework. And there's just a slight, just the hint of a desire to just stay here in this room, where it is its structure. in a familiar, weird way.
Willow just like pauses and like tilts her head slightly, and then shakes her head. Oh, not right now. Need to. We will explore this later. Just muttering kind of to herself as she continues on her way.
That soft, like, tingle in the back of your mind indignantly stays alight with this desire to stay here, totally wanting to ignore your maybe later comment. Paige and brother are catching up with everyone.
The whole time.
Yeah, but after another minute or so, every one of the people are escorted out through the front. Ingrid will, when she is caught up with everyone, while Edgar is still collecting people and moving out, Ingrid will look to Sister Agneta and the two hunters nearest the front area, which I assume, Electra, you're carrying Sinclair out with the rest of the survivors. It's like there's yes. But as everyone is mostly out, Ingrid will address those who are nearby, and she will say, "Okay, so some of the ghouls got away. I'm sure you all know. I'm not sure which way they went. And, well, Vin didn't see any of them, so we're definitely going to be in talks with the church to try and figure out where they went. It's the Inquisition's specialty, so I guess just keep your ears on the ground for that. We'll hear from them sometime soon, I bet." Malik just shrugs.
Gotcha. Honestly, surprising we were here. It's pretty lucky. I don't think we've had an attack like this in quite a while.
Ingrid shakes her head and just goes, "We haven't. This is definitely a rarity. And definitely gives me goosebumps. I don't know why."
At the mention of the Inquisition, Agneta will kind of like twiddle her thumbs and look down at the ground.
Ingrid looks like there's not a pointed look at Sister Agneta, but there is a look of like, okay, churchgoer here, probably gonna have that have this one involved somehow since she was part of this. But as like the group of people begin to move out towards the front, I'll move you back here. Sorry, Z.
Taking away my entertainment.
So everyone is guided from this red area out to the main street, to this main thoroughfare. And as everyone is moving out in that direction, there is already a group of City Watch and Inquisition members who are hurrying in this direction. Willow, if as you kind of finished exploring the house and started to rejoin the group and everyone's moving out, you would actually notice that your brother is standing amongst them.
Oh,
He is quite tall and has his head stick out above most of the other church members, as well as some of the City Watch. Amongst the City Watch, too, Paige, you see Riley. Let me go here. Doo-doo.
Updating the NPC gallery.
Yes, I'm going to add one image here for Riley, and then we'll add one image here for brother.
Tristan.
Yes, so you all make your way out with this big group of civilians who are now being herded mostly by Edgar. As you all walk out, they kind of all collect and stop. At the head of this pack of churchgoers, there is a tall man with medium length, like ruddy brown hair. He is wearing like this long, like a black church coat of some kind over top of his. It's not priestly garb. He is not a priest, but this is church attire in that it is a black with gold trim style, like formal wear. Sister Agneta, you actually know him. You work not closely with him, but you have worked with him in the past. This is Tristan Delaney or
Delaunay.
Delaney, sorry, Tristan Delaney. Which he is a more higher up member of the church. He is, in terms of like an official ranking kind of position, he would be something of like a lieutenant of some kind. He is able to coordinate some of the more important movements of the church, provided he is given the authority to do so by the vicar.
And you said
and
he's with the Inquisition?
he's with the church, but the church
Okay.
and the Inquisition kind of go hand in hand.
Mhm.
He is attended at this time by 2 Inquisition knights, and these 2 knights of the Inquisition are they stick out like a sore thumb. So Inquisition knights are literal full-plated knights. These towering, sort of broad, almost robotic-looking figures with the amount of armor they wear. For them to have a chance at beasts where they're wearing armor, they have to wear a lot of armor, and it is just stacked upon stacked of pieces of metal. And they carry halberds in one hand, and they have drapery around their shoulders. They look imposing. A lot of this drapery is meant to imbue a sense of safety amongst citizens, as well as kind of signify like their official, quote unquote, sort of standing. So Tristan is flanked by some Inquisition knights, as well as a group of city guard, and Riley, or City Watch, and Riley, this younger man with brownish skin and kind of like messy brown hair. He has a scar over his eye. He is like one of the more popular City Watch members, as he's like very like, I don't want to say charismatic because he's not incredibly talkative, but he is very well liked for being a kind of leeway or like liaison between certain members of the district he works in, as well as a City Watch member. Whereas Edgar's kind of higher up and a bit more removed from things. Riley is not as high up, so he can be a bit more involved in things. And he, as he walks up and sees this crowd of people, like sees some of them covered in blood, sees a lot of people who who maybe look wounded or not. Once he sees Paige, he beelines for Paige and runs ahead of the group. And he'll like, there's worry on his face, and he has like shield tapered to his arm, and he'll run up to Paige and just immediately like grab her in a full body hug. And Pierre takes a step back because he's like, I do not want to get between a man and his woman, even if she is my sister. And he like pulls back and he's just like, oh my god, I'm so worried. What happened? I heard there were ghouls.
Tight.
Sorry. And he lets go.
Thank you. Here, I'm fine. Pierre is also fine. Everything is fine. We're good. Well, there's a lot of people are not good, but we are safe.
I only just heard there was all of this commotion, and I heard the bell go off. What's happened? Some of the people in my squad were already fighting ghouls, or only 2 or 3, but they saw more running into the city.
Some of the bad guys get away. From what I could see, obviously they were very scared of us because we are very intimidating.
He just smirks and just goes, so intimidating. And he will like wipe a little droplet of blood that splattered and got on your cheek, just kind of smears it out of the way. And he looks at Pierre and he just goes, and it's good to see that you're well too. And Pierre just nods and just goes, I'm right. Don't worry about me. I was here to do my part in defending the city and my sister.
See? How many times have I told you? We've got this. See,
Right.
we protect the people.
And as you say, like, see, we protected people. There is this like white gloved, clean hand that is placed on Riley's shoulder, and from this tall and imposing figure, looking down at you, just kind of raises an arm and just goes, right. Well, luckily the church is here now to take matters into its own hands. And he will look over to Sister Agneta and like hold his hand up and snap and like beckon her over.
She will hurry over.
I want
Yeah.
Willow to be moseying out the door at that point. And
Oh,
you
God.
get, like, could she have, like, stopped to kind of yoink a couple of ghoulite teeth on her way out?
Oh
Just, like,
yeah.
wrap
Yeah.
them in a napkin and tuck them away.
Mm-hmm.
She's tucking away something in a pocket. Moseys out the door right as he is snapping for Sister Agneta. And she kind of pauses on the top of the steps. He just kind of tilts her head, lifts the goggles off of her eyes. Now, Tristan, I don't believe that's a good way to act. Not to your inferiors.
And Sister Agneta, you like hustle up to him, and he watches you get up, and then his eyes go to the stairs, and there is this like both eyebrows go up, and then they kind of level out in this look of like, oh god. And he rubs the top of his brow in as dignified a way as he can manage, with like one finger just kind of very delicately moves along his eyebrow and just goes, I have some things to take care of, sister, if you don't mind. And he will look to Sister Agneta and he'll say, now, you, sister, if you'd be so kind as to tell me what transpired here and how many of these things may have escaped into the city proper.
How many things escaped, or would she have seen escape?
Go ahead and roll me. You can do knowledge hunting or survival. And roll it with. I'll just say roll it straight, no purple.
Four successes, 3 advantages.
Okay. So that's like with that you're able to assess that more than likely at least 5 or 6 maybe more. You didn't see how many there were, but you would know at least 5 or 6.
And do I know roughly what direction they went or where they seem to be headed?
You would know that they would have had to come south out of this building, but they could be anywhere in this, like, basically from here they would have ran at least a little bit south, and then from here they could have gone damn near any direction. But if they weren't seen, they probably went north. South out of the building and then around and north.
Well, the ones I saw seemed to escape to the south. About 5 or 6.
He takes out a notepad and starts making some notes. The 2 knights, these 2 Inquisition knights, they stand at about 6 feet, maybe 6'1", and they're broad, and you can hear the like shik, 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 and clattering of their armor, and as they're not really moving so much as they slightly shuffle in place and just clatter the whole time. And Tristan just nods and just goes, mm-hmm. And where do you suspect they may have gone?
Wherever there's food, brother.
She looks at Willow and like her eyes almost look like she's saying thank you, and she'll just nod.
Clearing his throat very loudly. Right. Then, if it's all the same to you, the church will take it from here. Hunters, and he rips out a piece of paper, folds it, and sticks it in his pocket, and then writes something else down on another page of notepad, and then rips that out and hands it to Ingrid, who if any of the other hunters want to walk up. He's just addressing you all in general. So if either Iris, Piper, you want to walk up.
Is he like calling us to come closer, essentially? Because like he's referring to everyone. Okay.
Yeah, he will do like a hand beckon and hold out this like folded piece of paper that he had just torn out of his notebook, saying that the church will take it from here.
Yeah, the church will take it from here by giving it to the hunters. Sorry, Maddie will kind of look to Malik and like roll her eyes a bit, but walk up with Ingrid.
Mm-hmm. So you walk up with Ingrid, and Tristan looks at you, Maddie, and you are still kind of a sight.
Yep.
So he just looks up and down, and then will hand the paper to Ingrid, and then just hold his hand up to his mouth and just like reach into his pocket and pull out a single hanky, and then hand it to you. I would request that you make yourself a little bit more presentable to the general public. They already don't regard your kind with open arms, you see.
Well, I haven't really had much of a chance to wash up, sight and all.
He nods and will look to Ingrid and he'll say, you are relieved of your worries now, as the church will handle any further searching investigations that need to take place over the course of the next few days, however long it takes to weed them out. And Ingrid just looks at this little note. It's basically like a quick note that says like you are alleviated of duties herein from date this day and date this day and whatever, and then at the bottom it's his signature, and he's looking at it, or Ingrid's looking at it and just goes, sure, I guess. Also, aren't you Willow's brother? And he just closes his eyes and takes a deep breath and just goes, yes. Does that have any bearing on our duties right now? I don't think it does. The only thing that it will mean is that I will placate my sister with some pleasant chat before we go our separate ways. And he smiles at Ingrid and then looks up at Willow from the steps and just raises an eyebrow and smiles back at her. And Ingrid will be like, okay, so what are we supposed to do then? And he looks down at Ingrid and he will shrug and be like, whatever you like. If your huntsmaster has more work for you, then you may pursue that, I suppose. But the church will take it from here. It is our duty, after all. Ingrid just blinks.
Willow at this point will have like gone down a couple of steps, but still just be on the steps and kind of leaned up against one of the railings or one of like the decorative like columns and arms kind of crossed, just watching them for a second and just kind of lift her chin slightly. As much as a pompous ass as my brother can be, he does tend to get the work done. You don't have to worry too much.
He nods in this thanks, sister, like head nod. And Ingrid will just kind of grimace at it and then shrug and be like, all right. Then, Edgar, you need help? Edgar, who is dealing with the group of people, just looks back and just goes, I don't think so. Just gonna walk these people home to their respective places. Well, good then. And Tristan will nod to Ingrid, who just takes a step back and looks at Madigan and just shrugs and just goes, I think we're good. And starts to walk back to the group. Tristan will clear his throat again and then beckon to Willow.
Willow just slowly arches a brow at him beckoning her. But she will kind of straighten herself and finish coming down the steps towards him. And I imagine that even though there's a little couple of years of age difference and she is not extremely, extremely tall, they very clearly are siblings. Same color hair, same build, same skin color. The only thing different is their eye color.
Standing side by side, it's very apparent to onlookers, like, oh, that's why there it is. But the garb makes the sibling, like the blood relation, stand out in contrast as like one of the major similarities is that they are related, whereas the attire and choice of profession appears to be very stark. And he will smooth back his hair and kind of wipe it out of his face as it's a little... It's not windy out, but he wants to make himself look very professional. And he will look down at Willow and say, oh, I hope you're well, sister. I didn't expect you to be involved or nearby when this whole thing transpired, or I'd heard about it.
Yes, well, I was not expecting to be here either, but I decided to take in a little bit of a magic show. Gestures vaguely towards Paige.
He just sort of looks over towards Paige, and Paige, you can feel like the steely gaze from where you're standing. Like this dude is like incredibly sharp, in terms of his general appearance and just the way he analyzes things, like reads things with his gaze.
Jesus.
And he say what?
No, nothing. Continue.
He looks down at Willow and he just goes, "Right. Well, is there anything of note that you think would be important for the church during this important time of investigation?"
I'm assuming other than just general carnage, Willow didn't see anything of particular note in her wanderings.
Correct. There was nothing of note in just the general physical location. But you, like, aside from the general idea of this entire situation is unusual, there wasn't any evidence that you found.
Was there any outside windows broken in, like they were breaking into the building?
None.
Okay, so it was just the interior windows broken where they're breaking into the courtyard.
Correct. Which is technically a clue in and of itself.
So Willow just kind of tilts her head slightly, and she's very clearly running through what she has seen. Well, there was quite a few of them. I do believe we have managed to kill a good handful, and they managed to kill at least 24 humans. Have fun cleaning that one up, but there was no entry point that I could see. They had to have been let in.
At that, he narrows his eyes, and there is this very hawkish look of, like, interest, where he's like, he didn't expect there to be anything noteworthy. He almost expected this to be a very routine example of just critters that got in and got haywire during some event. So you describe that to him, and he hones in on it and says, "Oh, well, I did not expect that. So you're saying that these creatures were already in the building? Or possibly let in?"
As near as I can tell, there's no outside windows broken in, none of them left open. Only the breaking into the courtyard itself for the carnage. But some of the doors were, though they were closed when I came across them and wandering around, they were not necessarily locked. So, nearest I could tell, the only ways that these things would be able to get in would be for somebody to open the door for them and close it after. I don't think they were thinking much about it, since they couldn't even open the doors to get away from us.
He thinks for a second, and then reaches a single hand up and taps his chin. And you recognize this is like a sort of pensive thinking gesture of his. And he is looking up the stairs, considering for a moment, and then looks back to you and says, "You know, we could use a mind like yours for the church if you ever considered it and wanted to put down some of your other less, well, other choices of profession." And he gestures to what I imagine is like your ash-laden fingers, as there is like bits of burned just thing that has clung to the edge of your clothing.
She kind of looks down to herself and looks back up with a little kind of sharp grin. See, the beautiful thing is that I can tell the church to fuck off in my current job, number one, and number two, they still have to come to me and pay me for all the neat little bits and bobs that they require. And as she does that, she will, like, actually reach past him and tug on a piece of, like, plating on one of the knights.
The knights unmoved, but they, like, they are at attention, and you tug on the plating, and yeah, like there's been many orders that have been fulfilled from artisans and guilds, crafts guild members all over the city for the church for a specific type of gear that works with hunting beasts for the non-hunters. So, like, pointing it out, he just, well, if ever you find yourself for want of a more purposeful endeavor, feel free to cut out the middleman and just give me a ring.
And she just kind of smirks at the frustration she can sense, and will just reach up with these ashy fingers and straighten out the collar of his jacket, leaving nice big fingerprints and handprints as she presses it down.
There is closes his eyes, and you adjust his collar, and his eyes are still closed, and he's just holding his breath and then just exhales again.
I'll see you at home, brother. At least whenever they let you actually leave this. Well, I'm sure you'll find some way to spin this for the city.
Mm-hmm. He holds his hand up and snaps, and then will point to the front door of the building, and the knights just, like, on either side of him, take one step out, and in this marched formation, just and begin to march towards the building.
Do
And
take care.
He nods to you and waves, just goes, "You as well, sister." And he will follow in on the tail end of the group of inquisitors as they walk into the building, two of which stay outside and sort of stand guard. The others begin to move into the structure.
Willow will just very casually, very calmly walk back vaguely past the hunters. Just kind of send that kind of sharp grin towards Ingrid. Same one that she was directing towards Tristan.
Ingrid just smiles back at you in this sort of impressed smile gesture, just like, "Wow, you really will look a bull right in the eyes and grab him by the horns to make fun of him, won't you?"
She actually say that?
Yeah.
She just... There's like one shoulder shrug. Well, when you grow up with that bull, you know exactly where to push. Remind me to invite you to one of our dinners at one point. You should see the entire family get together.
just snorts, and then Vincent standing nearby just rubs his chin, like in a mockingly thinking, thoughtful gesture, and he'll be like, "Oh, now I don't know if I could stomach such a table. You'll have to excuse me if I decline your invitation, assuming it was extended to all of us noble hunters."
Stomach such a table for the drama or the food? I'm sure we can try to figure out something. Tristan can certainly smuggle something out of the church.
He shrugs and just goes, "I'm not one for stirring up drama if I can avoid it." Which, Maddie, you know is super, total, incredibly horseshit.
Well, don't you realize we stir up enough drama just being here?
Oh, trust me, if you came to the Delaunay estate for dinner, oh, the drama would be absolutely juicy. You all would be the least of it.
Malik, like, wipes a finger on Maddie's, like, down your hair, kind of pulls off a chunk, and he's like, "Juicier than Maddie?"
That is something I would like to see.
And Willow kind of snorts, and you see her gaze head towards Malik, and there is just a moment of pause where her smirk is a little tight, but she moves past it. And just
Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Agneta will look at Willow and be like, I have to, and then looks at Vincent. Stomach your brother enough as is.
Do you need some pointers, dear? I can tell you exactly how to get under his skin. Did she say please?
She did.
Willow just laughs and shakes her head. Oh, all you have to do is take a little bit of time to muss up something that he likes to be so clean and precise. Distract him for an entire night. One splashed paint across one of his favorite jackets. It was near about inconsolable.
That easy?
Oh, yes.
She like pulls out a tiny little notepad and scribbles.
Unfortunately, I think all of the desire to be neat and tidy in the family all ended up in him and him alone.
Gives her a quick up-down.
She is put together. Everything she is wearing is of very high quality and very finely made and, like, well kept. But she is clearly not worried about the, like... She will wash the jacket when she gets home. She doesn't care about what happens to the jacket through the day.
And Agneta, you would know that Tristan is a very, very, like, prim, proper, pressed type. Every day that he comes into the church, and every time you have seen or interacted with him, his dress and his presentation to others is immaculate. He very much prides himself on looking official. And he's expressed to you on many occasions prior that it is part of that presentation that he hopes to imbue upon people a sense of authority. Like, if I take care of myself and put myself in this sort of visual attire, if I look like this to people, then I will inevitably get some amount of respect because people will know that I take care of myself and am thusly worth listening to, or like it is hoping to visualize the respect he thinks he is entitled to in some regard.
Gotcha.
This man. Sorry.
This fucking man.
You would also know that, like, Agneta, this part of the reason he tries so hard is because he does believe in a lot of the good the church does.
Mm.
And that is one of the reasons that I think part of why you and he work together so often. He does have a very strong desire to let the church do its good and wants the church to have more responsibility over the city so that it can enact more good. Like, he very earnestly believes that, like, in the good of the church. He just comes off as a bit of a pompous prick on occasion.
Yeah,
He's
fingers totally not
very full of himself, but he is genuinely nice and caring about what he does.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Understood. But a bit?
yeah.
You gotta look the part when you're working with the Inquisition.
Especially if
Which
you're not
he
wanting
has
to
been-
become a priest. You're still remaining
Mm-hmm.
layman.
Yeah.
Correct.
If you act like a pompous asshole, you will get more authority.
As this kind of conversation and collection is happening, Riley is like watching this whole interaction, and she or he looks to Paige and says, "Man, this is intense. Like, I don't know what the Inquisition is gonna do now. They're gonna probably start going home to home. Maybe I'll end up patrolling this area more. We'll see." But, oh, holy crap, though. You were in there?
Yes, it started in the middle of the show.
Yeah, well, were you hurt? Where it was, I mean, God, I don't even know where to begin. I only heard about it minutes ago. I ran here as fast as I could.
Well, it's a good thing you're very fast, yeah?
He like exhales and his head kind of sags for a second and lifts his head up and just goes, "I guess that is good, yes."
And look, we're okay. I'm okay. Pia's okay. Everyone's that's got out was more or less okay. It's unfortunate what happened to the people who didn't make it out, but we need to focus on the good, yeah?
I mean, you're right. You're definitely right there. So give me a second. I gotta check in with Ed to see if he needs anything. And he holds up a finger and runs over to Ed. Edgar and him start to exchange words in kind of like, not whispers, but they're kind of secluded enough off to the side that they're having their own conversation. If you'd like to listen in.
I would. Or Paige would.
Yeah. So, like he runs over and he just goes, "Hey, what's the situation?" Well, there was an attack, and I guess now the church is taking over the investigation, but we're gonna need to monitor the area for sure. So round up some of your best and come back around here. Do a couple of laps. Keep your wits about you. Don't slack. This is... it was hard to watch some of the stuff that happened in there. And he just nods. And then Edgar looks to the rest of the group of people and he says, "I want to guide all these people back to their homes across the city. Some of them are a bit further than most, but if you wouldn't mind giving me a hand escorting some of them back, it would take a lot less time. Some of them have schedules to keep, but they're mostly understanding. There were some loved ones lost in there." Riley nods. "Yes, sir. Absolutely." Good. Pats him on the back way too hard. And they start to split up the group. Edgar taking some and Riley taking the rest. Riley will hold up a finger and he's like, "Okay, we're going to march, but give me one quick second." And he turns around to go over to Paige and just, "Oh, you're right here. Hey, I'm gonna walk these people home."
Before he even says, like, "Oh, you're right. I wasn't eavesdropping, I swear."
Were you? Oh, it doesn't matter. It's fine. And he just smiles and kind of waves his hand. "But me and Ed are gonna walk these people home. I don't know what your plans are for later, but I'm gonna need to walk around this area a little bit. So I'm gonna see if I can't get some of me and the other crew around to give this place a good couple of once over."
Okay, stay safe, and tell Edgar that I think he's a very, very good hero, and that he helped protect a lot of people.
He smiles and nods.
Is that all that conversation happening close to the hunters, or have the hunters and thus Willow and Agneta kind of moved away?
I imagined it's still kind of in this little group because nobody wants to move too much if there's some threat. at least Vin and Malik, they have a sort of like instinct to keep close together, stay close knit. And Ingrid is also floating around with them because she was helping Edgar a lot. So until Edgar totally starts walking away, she is hovering around nearby.
Willow would just kind of like look towards the civilians like she isn't one. And the city watch just kind of lift her chin slightly. Do try to keep an eye on your legs and arms, everybody. I like to bite those first.
Roll a coercion. With 1 purple.
Coercion.
I don't know if you intended this or not, but they are already skittish.
Compulsion to check their arms and legs.
So you do that, and then like a couple people near the front are like, "Oh no, but are they still around or not?" And they start to get like a little nervous whisper, and Edgar's just like, "You don't need to worry. The city watch is here," like trying to hush a crying baby.
No need to worry.
I imagine she gets a dirty look from a couple of people, and there's just another grin.
Yeah, and Vin and Malik, like listening to this, they can't help but like chuckle and snicker in their own way. Where Vin like stifles his own snort, and Malik covers up his mouth because he's obviously smiling. But
I like them.
Meanwhile, Paige is just like, I don't have to worry about that. My arms and legs are too short for them to bite me without noticing.
And Willow just like going from like looking at the city watch and all the other civilians to looking at Paige, and kind of leans forward and down just a little bit, like she is considering. Unless there is a very tiny ghoulite, which could theoretically be possible.
Then its teeth is too small to bite, and
No. Well, if a child turned into a ghoulite, then it could be small enough to still bite you, not have you notice.
no, see, it's too close to me for me to not notice. Look, hold out her arm. See, it's like putting her arm at full extension and then back in for, then like putting them back in and then back out. Look, it's not that far.
you hold your hand out, and Pierre's just like, "What are you doing? You're not having this discussion." He puts your arm back down. He's like, "Stop."
I'm showing her how it could not happen.
I don't think she needs to see your arm out. We are not measuring your arms for this. No. And Vincent holds up a finger and just goes like, "I have seen baby ghoulites. That is a thing that exists, unfortunately."
And Willow will just like straighten up and like hand towards Vincent in that like see gesture, and then like hand towards Paige. And while your size might be a little smaller than average, your arms and legs are still of the appropriate ratio, so it's not any different than us. She holds out an arm. Same ratio. Same distance. If we don't notice, you won't notice.
It's but the same ratio, yeah, but it's the same different distance. So it's closer to my eyes, which are the same size, so ratio doesn't really matter, I think. I still notice.
How tall is Paige again?
4'10".
Well, Maddie's just a little bit taller than her. Well, honestly, I'm not much bigger than you, but I still got bit. Which I probably should take care of that, actually. Is there like a pond or something, like a fountain nearby?
The nearest fountain, you could walk about a block, and then there'd be a fountain, but there's nothing super nearby that would be a fountain adjacent.
Don't
But you do
bathe
have
yourself in the public water.
No. No, she was just gonna
Like
wash the wound out.
maybe like one of those water
hose?
pumps, maybe. So-
There are those water pumps like for the city plumbing that would be near here that you could probably find near a like it would be like a back alley like communal area. If you've seen the places at apartment complexes where they have like a communal charcoal grill, it's like that except there is a water spigot.
I have a better idea. I have a water jug on me. Just it's like, oh wait. Kind of pull it out and start dumping it onto her leg that got gnawed on.
You dump it onto your leg, the water, like what's left of your water jug just goes down your leg. All of the extra, now kind of like congealing gore that you had on you just washes off into a big smeared, like ruddy puddle on the ground. And you can see the bite marks clearly. They're not too deep, but they're certainly, they sting. It's like you got like a couple of really, really bad bee stings or paper cuts.
I imagine she did that and got a little bit of the water on her paws, on her hands, and she tries to wash her face, but just kind of smears it. So it's like loose smear on her face. I'm just getting worse, aren't I?
You like start smearing it on your face, and Malik just like shakes his head like, oh god, and Vincent starts nodding his head like, no, you got it. No, just keep doing that. Eventually it'll work.
She'll keep doing it.
Maybe you use a towel?
Say what?
It's just like, maybe if you use a towel?
Well, I don't really have one of those on me right now.
You got
do
Mr.
that
Churchman's hanky.
Yeah, but it's so tiny.
It's like a 4-inch squared piece of fabric.
She'll
It is
try
very
using
small.
it. Yeah, she'll try using it.
Within
I
like
got
one
this.
or two, yeah, like one or two wipes, it's done. The hanky's just totally ruined.
Paige is going to step forward and with like a flourish, she will say, no, I've got this. She's going to reach into her sleeve. She's going to pull out a handkerchief. She's going to hand it to Maddie. And as Maddie grabs it and pulls, another handkerchief comes out from her sleeve.
Just handkerchief chain.
Yeah, it's a handkerchief chain.
Maddie is amazed. Wait, when does it end? Pull, 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 pull.
When do you want it to end?
Pull, 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 pull.
I think I kept off at 30. Yeah? I think that's enough.
Pull, 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 pull.
Okay, that's enough. There are too many now.
Can you, Paige? Can you roll me a charm versus one purple?
Yeah. Oh god, what's she rolling for?
Does Maddie have a
Does the-
tail, or is it just ears?
No, she has a tail.
Okay.
Big fluffy tail.
Yeah. So the couple of people that were like made uneasy by Willow's comment, they're watching this exchange, and then they're just kind of like, as they watch the interaction more and more, the more they're just kind of like, oh, okay, so this is just like, that's just what they do. They're all just crazy. And
There's like 40 fucking handkerchief chain.
yeah, and they're just like, oh, and they seem to be like totally at ease with things as they transpire now. Edgar calls to Riley, who Riley was also watching you pull the handkerchiefs out, and he's like, oh, she's gonna pull out like 10 feet of hankies. And then he stopped halfway through, just like, no, stop. Edgar calls out to Riley and just goes, hey, Riley, we're going now. So can you take your group? And he waves, just goes, yeah, okay. And he will go and take a group and start to head out. And as he starts to head out, he stops and just goes, oh, and then he'll run back over to Paige and give her a big kiss on the cheek. and hug. And he will pull back a second, and he'll pull back a second and be like, I'll see you later.
Yes. Later. You still owe us cookies still.
Oh no, I forgot them.
It's
No, I
okay.
gotta go get them.
Yes. No, not later. It brings them later.
I'll bring them later.
Right now.
I'll bring them later.
Yeah.
And Pierre behind you just goes, "You will bring them later. I want those."
First of all, those are mine.
No, they're mine. I am bigger than you. I need more calories than you. I require more cookies.
No, the cookies are for the magician. And last time I checked, you were the assistant. So
I can make a cookie disappear. He snaps his fingers and he just waves his hands in like a magical, like, voila.
she would just like do like a fucking slow, sarcastic clap. She's like, "Wow, I should probably make a whole container of cookies disappear before you can get some."
You mock me, but you will not be mocking me when I become the most famous magician in the city.
I'm sorry, did you mispronounce assistant?
He turns around and starts to stride away. He's not actually leaving, but he is in this mocking gesture of just like, I am done with you.
She fucking hides a fucking giggle behind her hand very poorly. And she's like, just like a little joking bow to the others. I was just like, see, this is why I'm the magician.
As you are having this part of the conversation, Sinclair and Electra, Sinclair will like kind of take his arm off and be like, oh, I'm going to an apothecary. I'm going to go see someone about this before it's a bit too late. And we do have that big dinner to go to later at the feast I was told it was called. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take my leave. But thank you for your assistance. And he will like begrudgingly but respectfully nod to Electra, who may be
Piper.
asleep.
I'll be right back.
Well,
Yeah.
is Sinclair a noble? Because you described him being kind of aristocratic.
He has the appearance of an aristocrat, but he is not of an actual high up noble house. He may be of a sort of demi-noble, someone that is more rich and of a technical more noble blood than another person, or than the average person. But his name is not in any sort of circle like the like your family's name.
Okay.
Like the Delaunay name. But he will like bid adieu.
Have we acquired a Piper? I don't think so. I think
Still in
we're.
That's fine.
I think we're
No,
down
I'm
in
here.
Electra.
I'm here.
Hello.
What's up?
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Did you fall asleep?
Maybe.
The Sinclair is basically saying like, I'm gonna go to a doctor. You don't have to help me out anymore, but thanks for bearing with me. And he will like give a polite, if not short, adieu as he tries to kind of stumble off onto his one foot. There are nearby doctors, at least nearby-ish. But he wants to go to an apothecary before the evening starts to set in, because he wants to have been looked at and rested up a little bit for the feast that is going to happen in the hunter's camp.
Are you sure you don't want my help?
For a second, there is a hesitation, as he very much is like considering whether or not to take you up on that offer. But after a pause, he will shake his head and say, "No, no, I'm quite all right. I'll be off.
All right
Again,
then.
thank you." But
Yeah.
Mm.
Keep in touch with me, okay?
he nods and will like adjust his collar and straighten himself up and start to walk towards the nearest apothecary. And Ingrid, as she hears that, will like put a fist in her palm, like in this like, oh shit, like I had an idea. And she will look around to Paige and Willow and the remaining crew who are here, and she'll say, "That's right. There was a hunter's troop that was coming in, and I was told that there was going to be a feast of some kind. Do you all want to come to the feast? I mean, you all helped us here. It's only fair."
Yes. I think it would be very fun, and I'm a bit hungry, so
And
yes.
this feast will be in the hunter's camp, yes? And she nods. But yeah, it's going to be in the hunter's camp in a couple hours, maybe.
I've never been to a hunter's camp. Do you have
Pierre
marshmallows?
nods.
It's a camp,
She
no?
just raises an eyebrow and just goes, "I don't think we have marshmallows there, but I also haven't looked. So maybe."
No, if it's a camp with a fire, I can bring marshmallows.
She just is kind of in disbelief, like blinking, like, "What? Okay." And then shrugs, but will let it go. And Pierre will say, like, "I think the feast is going to be like a meal, not like a campfire."
Oh, every meal needs dessert, no? And it's a camp, it has a campfire. So bring marshmallows to the camp and have dessert after the feast.
We don't usually bring marshmallows, so if you have some and you want to bring some to share, I'm sure we can have something to do with it.
She looks scandalized that you guys do not bring them on the regular.
Pierre just shrugs.
What do you mean you don't bring them regularly? You should end the day with them.
Malik, you hear from behind you, Paige, say, "Maddie would just eat them all."
Which one is Maggie?
Points to the gore-covered one.
Who?
Big grin.
See, then she is very smart.
He puts a hand over his face, like, "No, you're not supposed to reward the one who eats all of them."
He's like, she's the only one with common sense then. You're supposed to eat them. Well, you should share with them, but I mean, if no one eats them, then if only one person eats them, then they're the smart one.
Maddie's ears had perked up at the sound of a feast, and she's vibrating while trying to scrunch her face with these billion handkerchiefs.
There's so many fucking handkerchiefs.
You are going to take a nice thorough bath before that, Marty.
Oh, yeah, of course.
You want to take like at least 6.
Well, if there's enough time, maybe.
You'll have plenty of time.
Well, if no times, then more handkerchiefs, yeah?
She was rubbing her face and was like trying to talk through the handkerchiefs initially about the feast. But you tell from her gesture, she's just excited.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have some questions.
Ingrid just smiles and hit one hand on her hip, just like leans to the side on her leg and just goes, "Go ahead. I'll answer them."
Right, well, I have one question for everyone. And that is, I don't know any of your names. What are they? We've been talking for so long, I don't know any of your names except hers. Point to Maddie. I can start first. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Beige Isabel Covia, but you can just call me Beige.
Pierre holds up his hand from behind you and just goes, "And I am Pierre. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Pardon my sister. She talks too much for her own good." And he, like, roughly messes up your hair.
She squawks, angry. Fixes her hair. It took me so long to get this. Don't do this.
Electra.
Ingrid will hold her hand up and say, "Ingrid, pleasure to meet you."
Well, as everyone else has already said, I'm Maddie.
From right beside your head, Paige, you hear like you didn't hear the approach, but you can hear very, very like cold breath on your neck as Vincent appears there, and he just goes, "You can call me Vin."
And yeah, I was just calling you Mr. Cool Glasses.
That's too much of a mouthful for me.
Okay, so Vin.
He nods. Malik holds up a hand, and there's just a split second. You're not sure you caught it, but you think you see just the very thin appearance of a snake-like tongue just poke out from between his lips and back in, and he holds the hand up like half-heartedly and just goes, "I'm Malik."
Okay. She's very clearly just like thinking hard. Every time someone introduces themselves, she's like stares at them for a second. You just see her just cataloging the face and the name and making that connection to each person. You can see her thoughts.
Willow will just kind of take the like half step back, half bow kind of gesture, and kind of lower her head just a little bit in a nod towards the general group. Willow Delaude of the Termok Delaudes.
So you would know, all of you, specifically Paige, the Delaunay family is a pretty well-known name. They're not necessarily famous, but they are well-known as they have a strong market presence. They run several good, like, general goods stores. They are the closest thing to like a strictly noble family that was not noble, quote unquote, by blood. But the name is almost like a brand name.
Closest thing to have being named like Sears as your last name.
I was literally about to use exactly that as an example. Just like, yeah, it's sort of like if somebody was like, yeah, I'm like Edward Sears, you know, like the company. That's my name. But it's unusual enough that like it would not be unreasonable to assume like you're related to like this place, like that Delaunay.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, that makes sense why you're related to him.
I was just thinking the same thing.
Willow just kind of shrugs a little bit. Yes, well, our parents did have proclivity to make sure that all of us, how should I say it? Found unique footings in the city. Tristan in the church. Emerson elsewhere. Dorla even in the explorers. I've come to become a preeminent clockworker myself, so...
So there's 4 of you?
Yes.
Sounds like your parents had a proclivity for, and Malik, like, pushes him.
And Willow kind of grins. Yes, well, they were rather loving, I guess you could say.
He opens his mouth to say something, and then Malik just like stares at him, gives him a hard glare, and then he just closes his mouth and smiles really widely, like his big toothy smile. Does not say anything, and there's a pause for a second. Malik will say, "It's nice to meet you," and then look at Vincent, who just goes, "Oh, yeah, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Delaunay."
Oh, please. Willow. Not going to be running that business anytime soon, so no use actually using that name. And as she is saying that, was watching Maddie very intently for this entire time, like studying her, and now that Vincent is engaging with her, will kind of move a little closer and will very carefully snag the edge of one of his sleeves to like lift his hand up, and she's like, without touching, like actually touching him, she is very clearly examining his nails. Because he essentially has claws, right?
Yes, his nails, they are the same pale shade that his skin is, and just looking at it, they're about like they stand at about an inch in length, so like a little bit over a half inch extended. So he's still able to ball his fingers into a fist, but his nails are sharped to a point. And you hold his hand up, and he does not resist in any way. He's just like lets you examine his fingernails. And you can feel the gaze of Malik watching this exchange, like, what the fuck is she doing?
Maddie will kind of grin at Vincent and look to Willow and be like, "You think she'd ask you on a date first before getting that close?"
Well, if I
like,
buy you dinner, can I have some of your fur? She like immediately turns to look at Maddie.
Well, you must know I am a big eater.
She does not seem phased at all.
Deal. Hands out. Hand still covered in mush.
We'll
But hands out.
look at the hand for a second. Pull out a handkerchief of her own to place between their hands, but shake the hand all the same.
Hell yeah.
you pull out the handkerchief and shake her hand, and Vincent from beside you just goes, "Oh, so they all come with a hanky."
No, I was about to say that. I thought I was the only one who noticed.
You're one to
Here-
talk. You had, what, like 30, 40? And apparently more, because you said that's enough now? You should open... You should open up a handkerchief business. At your rate.
No, see, I'm supposed to have an amount I'm not going to say, because, I mean, I have my secrets to keep.
Yes, she has to keep all of the secrets from us, from her family, which is why all of the handkerchiefs we have in the house keep disappearing into your sleeves.
See, what I'm saying is that the show is important, no?
Yes, you know what else is important? Being able to wipe up a spill indoors.
Well, maybe if you weren't such a messy, it wouldn't have spills.
It's not me. You make it sound like it's me causing all of the mess.
Well, see, I never cause mess, so I don't need them, so I use them for the show. You, on the other hand, there's always a mess near you.
He is like, throws his hands up and then gestures to Maddie, who is the mess, and he's like, "I did not cause that mess. You cannot blame
But-
that on me. Not to throw you under the bus."
I mean, I just said that there's always a mess near you. So, I mean, she's near you. And we're cleaning this up right now. Look, you can see her pretty face now. We have the handkerchiefs, and we need more. I have more.
And Willow is just kind of like watching this. She did not like hand Maddie the now ruined handkerchief. She just kind of looks down and kind of examines it and actually folds it and tucks it away into a pocket.
Good blood, good light blood.
So very much clearly in the handkerchief itself was clean, but probably still had like a smudge or two of like ash or grease or something. So it's dirty in the first place, or not the pristine, I should say, of Tristan's. And Willow just kind of looks around. Well, I suppose if I'm being invited to this gathering, I can provide my own little something to this. I don't suppose wine is quite as enjoyed by the hunters. Just went full British. God damn it.
It's really hard.
It is.
But Vincent will like shrug and say, "I drink wine for the aesthetics, not for the taste."
Honestly, booze is booze.
Tell me, are there any, say any wine that actually does taste good to a cold blood?
He thinks for a second and just like genuinely starts to wonder, and you can see his face kind of twist in just a brief moment of like, oh, I don't know. And he shrugs and just goes, I don't actually know now that I think of it. I tend to shy away from the drink, mostly because it does not do much for me.
Oh.
You know, and he just gestures up and down with the whole undead constitution.
Do you think that we might need to have a little bit of an experiment to find out then?
From the other side of you is like your in fascination and like curiosity about Vin grows. Like you hear just the slight whisper of indignation from Malik. He's just like, everyone likes the cold bloods. Nobody cares about the weird things.
Do you have any fur that you would like to give up?
He like looks down and he pulls on the like shawl of fur he's wearing and tugs at it and just goes, does this count?
Is it yours? As in from you?
No.
Mm.
Does it have to be?
Ideally.
And he kind of frowns for a second and then looks down and then
Do you-
looks over at Maddie and just goes, hey, next time I get all big, clip some fur.
Sure.
Do you ever lose any of those teeth? You seem to have quite a lot of them.
I don't have any extra, if that's what you're asking.
They don't just fall out in a fight.
He it's not a grimace, but it is like almost like a balk as he kind of recoils for a second and then opens his mouth, and you can see that he has two incredibly sharp like canines, but they are a different type of shape than Vincent's, where Vincent's kind of blend with his mouth in a more natural manner, albeit vampiric. These two fangs stick out as being distinctly like non-human and non-vampiric. They are curved a bit more aggressively, and they look to be like recessed a little bit in his mouth. And he like opens up and just pinches one between two fingers and moves, like wiggles it a little bit, and it doesn't move, and he just goes,
Willow has fully turned away from Vincent at this point and is kind of leaning a little closer to observe the inside of Malik's mouth. Just arms crossed. Seems to be considering.
From behind you, like Ingrid is just watching this whole thing and just goes, and there she goes. There's the Tinker. The Tinker's coming out. I think the Tinker's already out though.
Oh, is she going to do something cool?
She just like shrugs and shakes her head, like I don't know. She's certainly gonna get invasive.
Lee, don't give her information without getting something first.
He just like his mouth is open, so he just kind of goes, ah.
Well, we have to know
Give her
exactly
free
what he can.
information.
I have to know what I can get from him so that we can make a deal.
Just make sure it's not for free. Then she'll expect it.
Is she window shopping right now? Which is season?
Just make sure you're safe, alright? That's the priority here.
Which one is she talking to? I can't tell.
This is more of a general.
Oh, I thought she was talking about Willow and Malik. I'm like, but she's like, I don't know who's in danger here. The one who's like investigating the open mouth, or the one who's getting their mouth investigated.
Mm-hmm.
Willow just kind of like went from like being probably a little uncomfortably close to Malik's mouth and like turning expectantly to Vincent, wanting to see his teeth. And Electra says that, and she just kind of get this like little wave of like half hearing, half paying attention. This is all perfectly fine.
Ingrid standing back watching this, like being completely human, she is watching this entire thing unfold and just like not shaking her head, but just like kind of casually half-lidded gaze, like, uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Does this happen a lot?
Maddie shakes her head.
Okay.
So
Tends not to let me into the actual hunter's camp so that I can't investigate what I would actually like. And then they send me Ingrid for all of the shopping needs of the hunters.
She just like there's a snort, a very soft snort of her under her breath, and she just goes, well, sorry, I don't have fangs or claws or other things that you want to borrow from these lovely boys. But if you don't mind, I'm getting pretty hungry, so I'd like to get this show on the road.
Your thrilling conversation is more than enough, Ingrid, my dear.
She, again, just snorts.
And very clearly sensing the, like, okay, let's wrap it up, Willow just sighs, kind of eyeing the three weirdlings, and straightens up and kind of straightens her jacket and seems to, like, right herself for a moment. Well, if everyone's moving on, I will swing by a tavern and acquire a couple of bottles to bring to the camp.
Yeah, you can bring my bag, and I'll go get marshmallows, and we can have drinks and sweets.
Pierre blinks and looks over to Ingrid like, that invitation extends to us, correct? And Ingrid will nod. And he looks to Paige and he just goes, okay, you go get some marshmallows, I will get some treats. I could see if I could stop by the bakery too. If Riley's family is willing to do a last-minute order.
I'm sure they are. But while you're going over there, if you stop by this tavern and you get my bag, I can mix drinks too.
He snaps his fingers and points. It's like, oh, it's good. Okay.
Okay, game plan? Yes, go.
Yes.
She's gonna put her hand down, like, in front of him.
Yeah, he's about to say, like, he like holds his hand out, and you both like meet hands, and just like, okay, like, and like split up in different directions.
Yeah.
You're gonna come along too, right, Aggie?
She'll nod. And if she hasn't already made her name known to everyone, will introduce herself.
Whoop.
Whoop.
That wasn't Amy. I was like,
So-
wait, Agneta never introduced herself. But like, okay, yeah, she did.
She introduced herself as Sister Agneta or just Agneta?
She will introduce herself as Sister Agneta, but she will tell you all that you can just call her Agneta.
Hey.
And Vincent will like nod affectionately towards you, mostly because you
Feed him.
technically fed him earlier. Ingrid will walk over and say, like, so how close are you with the church? Like, if we needed to collaborate on anything between the church and the hunters, if I'm kind of the liaison, could I go to you for things?
I don't know, can?
Yes.
Yes.
There,
Of
you are
course
you are
can.
sort of, yeah, so you and her would be sort of similar in terms of station, where you're not like a decision maker, but if you needed something that you know the other had, you could go to that person and be like, can you help me out? I'm looking for this kind of thing. Pulling things like certain medical supplies or favors for some sort of thing.
And if you can't get the
And-
thing, you know who to ask.
Correct.
Exactly.
I can
Yeah.
at least triage the problem.
Mm-hmm. You've got a name. You've got a contact you can rely on now. 2 contacts actually, considering you have Maddie for the hunters.
And that Maurice guy was a politician, right?
Yes, Maurice Genesys. He is a politician for the district, and he is very interested in trying to work with the church as well.
Okay.
But if this is a good spot, we can take a quick break, and then we can time skip to the evening feast.
Yeah.
Nice. Because I want to get myself a snack really quick. So water, bathroom break, come back in 5-ish, and then we will have a convening as everyone goes and meets at the hunter's camp.
Sorry for Willow being distracting and chaotic. I warned you she was going to be chaotic.
I love her
It's
so
nothing
much.
I can't handle because I've got characters to help and I've got legacy for experience.
Mhm.
So, Piper, are you still alive?
I am alive.
You don't sound it.
I am alive.
Do you just need to step away from the rest of the game so that you can go to bed?
Oh, I guess I can do that.
You don't have to, but if your brain is not functioning and you're
Yeah.
like exhausted.
We care more about Piper, and your well-being.
Alright, I guess I'll do that then.
Yeah.
I have walked past your room 4 times and seen you asleep each time.
Yeah, like, if you need the sleep, don't feel like you have to force yourself to be here. We care more about your well-being.
Alright, I'll try and get some sleep then.
Rest well.
Rest well, Piper.
Good night.
Good
Get
night.
lots of rest. Right? Good night. Question mark.
It's like, what do you say when he says definitely not nighttime?
Have a good sleeps.
Have a good
it's
sleep.
night somewhere.
True.
Yeah, it's night somewhere, and who know? You don't need to always sleep at night. Sleep is when you need it.
I wish. That's the way that society worked. It'd be great. Because you
I
don't
know, right? I
like-
fucking wish.
the actual like I was like reading through some because I still read nerdy academic shit all the time. Reading through some studies about the like natural cycles of people and like where humans like naturally land and the various colonization things and industrialization things that have affected us. Of number one, humans by nature, when we have like the sun and the moon and everything and can see time passing through the day, we are naturally prone to having 2 sleep periods. We go to sleep somewhere around sunset and then wake up in the middle of the night for an hour or two and then go back to sleep and wake up closer to sunrise. And if we don't have the sun, so like in like those scientific studies where there's put people into like a room where there's no clocks and no windows and nothing like that, we fall into a rhythm that generally ends up with 4 periods during the day of do something, eat, take a short nap, do something, eat, take a short nap. So a 24-hour cycle, or roughly, I think humans are actually like a 25, 26-hour cycle, is a, like, you're awake for, like, 2 or 3 hours, you eat a small meal, and then you sleep for, like, 2 hours. And then you just do that 4 times in a 24-hour period.
That sounds so much nicer.
That's the way, like, biologically, of course, like, the more correct one, it would be the, like, 2 periods of sleep through the night. Because that's what it is when we're in the appropriate environment, but, like, biologically, we go into this 4 cycle rhythm that we can't do because of industrialization and colonization and all that type of stuff, because the only reason that we eat 3 meals a day is because of the church. That's not generally what has happened across like cultures. What'd you say, Cody?
I said you're welcome.
Sorry, nerdy tangent. And I know that's what I tend, like, the periods between school semesters or, like, periods where I was not employed and had nothing to do. I fell into the similar, like, 3 or 4 cycles a day of, like, do something, eat, sleep. Wake back up, do something, eat, sleep.
I kind of like that personally. Like, I think I do that too sometimes, especially when I had the blackout curtains.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like I wake up super early, go to sleep around like 10 or 11 in the morning, like, you know, morning-ish. Wake up right before session, you know. And like sleep a couple times through, like twice throughout the night, essentially.
Yeah, I wouldn't even do that in, like, with the blackout curtains. Like, my, like, midday sleep would be just straight up, like, in the living room, in the sun, like, you know, lizard time, essentially.
I heard lizard time. What?
when you go to sleep in the sun. Lizard time.
Sounds
That is
I prefer that
interesting.
as cat sunbathing.
No, it's lizard time because you're like, especially if you're outside and doing it, because you're just absorbing the heat.
I'm not cold-blooded.
Because that's what I call that's what I call my lunchtime naps at work right now, because I go into the car and like park the car somewhere sunny and just like lean the seat back and like take a sleep in the sun. It's my lizard nap. If I don't get my lizard nap, then I'm not a happy person the second half of the day.
There's easy material for a joke somewhere in there about like Cody sleeps in the sun, warm, fuzzy, kitten. Z sleeps in the sun, lizard, cold-blooded, needs the heat from rock.
Also, just in case you were not able to hear it, Piper has gone ahead and gone to bed. So we
Okay.
are down in
That is a-
Electra.
That is a well-deserved and needed sleep.
Yeah, I literally passed by her room like 4 times, and she's like curled around her headset, kind of like she has her
Oh,
headset
no.
on, and just like laying on it. Essentially, I'm like, you need sleep.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
The entire conversation leading up to Lizard Time was convincing Piper to go to sleep, and then me going on a mini nerd discussion about the various colonization, capitalistic, church-related like reasons that we end up in the with the like you have 3 meals a day and then 1 long sleep, rather than what biologically and naturally we fall into.
I didn't know that.
Mhm.
I knew about the other sleep cycles. I remember learning them when I was in psychology, like my psych course curriculum. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, when we see the sun, generally we sleep in 2 cycles. Like without the 8 hours of sleep to wake up and then just go all day long until you have another 8 hours of sleep does not occur until industrialization. Before industrialization, you roughly go to sleep around sunset. Then you wake up and there's about a 1 to 2 hour period in the middle of the night where you still do stuff. And then you go back to sleep until sunrise. But because we're having to compress our sleep cycle for industrialization, that's why you end up with this like long uninterrupted sleep that we're supposed to maintain, because you don't have time anymore to sleep for a couple hours, be awake for 2 hours, sleep for a couple hours, and still work a 10-hour shift at the factory.
Gotcha.
And then the 3 meals a day comes about specifically because of colonization of Christian countries, or colonization of countries from Christian dominant societies, I should say. Because various cultures have different, like, not saying that there was not other 3 meals a day cultures out there, but various cultures had various different types of eating that they would do. So, like, historically, like, Romans and Greeks only ate 1 meal a day.
Huh.
Historically, a lot of the, like, kind of Native American groups would be more of a grazing culture, so you'd eat a little bit throughout the day. And it goes, like, it's different for various cultures, various time periods. And then Christianity, when the Catholic Church becomes really big and starts dominating other cultures, they have to, number one, co-opt the meals that they do have and put significance on things. So breakfast is breaking a fast, so it becomes a religious thing.
Ah.
You do not eat through the night, you fast through the night, and you must break your fast, and thus it becomes a, like, significant religious act to do that. Supper is denoted as, like, you know, the end of the day, you are done, you are starting to rest, you are with your family, and it has to be this big, important dinner, because that is the dinner specifically in which you are supposed to always pray. You're supposed to pray before every meal, but that's like you have to pray before dinner. So thus it must be the most important meal of the day. And the middle of the day one was not super like defined until you start going into like Spanish, like Spain and Portugal and everything, and the cultures that were already there, and similarly other hotter areas, because they would always have a light meal in the middle of the day because it's hot and you want to go inside, get away from the sun, and rest and cool off until the um the temperature starts to lower a little bit in the afternoon. So the siesta. But they have to again co-opt that as a like, this is a formalized thing, you're supposed to do this, and like they start putting it into the monasteries, you can only eat 3 times a day, and so yeah. That's where all that stuff comes from.
Random note here, off topic. Joe, are you okay? Because you were like 8 NPCs that scene.
I'm fine.
He did it to himself.
A lot of water.
Good.
Much water.
Just thinking, like, damn, I don't think we've had that many NPCs in one scene in most of the campaigns.
As long as you give me time to change between the two and don't expect very, very, like, boisterous conversation, I need to, like, make sure that I am I need to be like, okay, how does their voice go? It's this way. All right. And you also don't mind if I slip out of accent for some of them. I'm doing my best here.
You're doing the Lord's work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the only like important accents in that one were Pierre and Vincent because they are so distinct.
Yeah. I love Vincent so much.
Vincent is fun because he's irreverent.
So you're just still gonna call him Cool Glasses Man.
You could just call him
So-
Shades.
Ooh. Yes.
That's good.
Why
Actually.
does he have such a, like, he's constantly just trying to sneak up on people.
He likes to sneak. That's one of his favorite things to do, is sneak up on people and scare them.
Yeah, it's a good thing before the session started, I decided that Paige is very brave for her very small size. Because it was still up in the air and if she's like easily startled or not. But I've decided that no, she's not. It's her brother.
It is appropriate.
startled.
It is appropriate.
Yeah.
So let me go here and here. So a few hours pass, you go to your respective homes or places of rest and gather your things that you'd like to bring to the hunter's camp, which for those of you who have never been to the hunter's camp, which Paige and Pierre, you've never actually been because you haven't had cause to go. It's not like it's not allowed that you're not allowed to go there. But it's definitely less like there's not really any reason for you to go there. So very rarely do people find themselves going there for slim to no reason. For Sister Agneta, you could have gone there for church work at some point if you would have liked. I'll leave that up to you. But for the rest of you, just heading into the church, not the church, the hunter's camp, there's a large. It has a very monochromatic sort of feel to it. There's lots of woodworking and rope and leather building structures. There's canvas-clad tents and buildings. Some of them are made of wood. Most of the structures in the hunter's camp, though, are kind of set up to be a bit more rugged. Like the hunters camp is called a camp with purpose. It has the feel of what was ostensibly just a single group of people who set up camp here, and then the literal camp just grew out, and they didn't bother to turn it into a more like walled and stoned structure. The aversion to those things became sort of a moniker of what hunters rely on. And there may or may not be specific reasons for it, but that remains like most hunters don't really seem to notice. All they know is that when they walk down the dirt path off of the main road, past like the stable land area in front of the city of Termarkt, you leave the walls and there's this sort of feeling of being exposed until you get close to the hunter's camp. And as you get closer and closer, these like tree trunked wood log areas, they are far more hardy and tough and resilient when you get close up to it and you're staring up at this like 40-foot high wall of trunk that has been lashed with rope and bound with cord and steel to make this base, this military-esque area. And the smell really strikes you all very, very potently. Some more than others, looking at specifically Maddie and some of the other weirdlings, like the smell of wood and like the sawdust and ash, as like there's almost constantly a fire going outside in the open air of the camp. So there's almost constantly a wood burning smell, as well as the smell of leather and almost petrichor, as like when it rains, the rain tends to stay in the wood and the leather a little bit longer, so the scent lingers. That feeling of dampness kind of lingers too. And you walk into the camp, the first wall, and the doors are open. So they've only ever closed when there is a very, very dangerous emergency. They close them nightly, but during the day they are open to allow people to come and requisition the hunters, or to allow the hunters who are returning from a journey to easily walk in. But walking into the camp, Paige, you're standing next to Pierre, or walking next to Pierre, and you can see just a whole menagerie of people of different shapes and sizes, people who have weapons that you look at and you just don't understand how they would use it. Like, there are chain-bound weapons that are bladed on one end. There are large hammers, large axes, things that look like they could not be wielded by normal men and are carried by things that don't look like normal men. And this area just has the rugged sense of hominess to it. And like the weirdlings, just it's very easily visible in Malik and Vincent, where as soon as they enter the walls of the camp, you wouldn't have been able to tell had you not seen them before, during, and after being in the city. But once they walk in that camp, there is a relaxed, like, kind of feeling that comes over their shoulders as they kind of loosen up a little bit. And they're just more at ease here in this camp. Like, they're free to be themselves and to not worry about what they may be viewed like from the city. And you get the feeling like there's a reason that a lot of weirdlings choose to stay here, if that's how they feel. Like, there's this pervasive sense of welcomeness that you can't really get anywhere else. And you walk in and you can see that there is a big tent, like a more broad structure. So walking in through the main thoroughfare, you go up a slope into a second inner wall, which leads you to where all of the just basically where all of the action is, where there's training, there are people getting sent out on assignments, there are just all manner of things going on, and there is a large, like, not circus tent, but like almost like a barn-shaped tent. And walking up to it, the tent curtain is pulled open wide, and you can see that this is the food hall, and it's not exceptionally huge. It's not like the biggest tent you've ever seen, but it's far bigger than the others. And there's inside right now, there's not a heck of a lot of hunters. There's maybe 3 or 4 who are sitting down to eat. And as you walk into this area, just looking around the camp, you haven't seen a heck of a lot of hunters in total. So what you would know, Maddie, just in general, is there are about 200 hunters in total. At least 200 hunters active right now. Slightly more, but that is including hunters who are sent out on missions, hunters who are currently helping out at the camp, like a quartermaster, or you have the huntsmaster, you have the stable hands. Anyone who is routinely inside the camp doing their share of labor, they consider a hunter. And of those, there's somewhere between 200 and 250. So you never really see a huge crowd because there's always something going on. But as you walk into the food tent, you see Ingrid and Noose and Lisa Silvers have all collected, and they're all standing around and talking to each other. And Noose, for those of you who had never met Noose, is initially kind of shocking because she's very young. She's visibly still like a young woman, but she has the affect and the like physical presentation of this very much older, more matured, grizzled person, where the side of her face, the left side of her face, has very intense scar point that may have went that you would expect from a Huntmaster. But she doesn't seem like a particularly warm person. But when you walk in, she just gives a firm nod in a recognition of like, okay, there's the rest of the people. The hand take her leave, and she will exit out into the back of the food hall tent. And Lisa and Ingrid are the only ones who will be joining for the evening amongst the crew that have returned, where Sinclair and Electra are off for the evening doing some other thing. But you walk up, and immediately Ingrid goes to gestures to some of the benches, these wooden benches that they are thick wooden benches. They almost basically like logs that they have repurposed to be seats, because you can imagine that some hunters are bigger and more heavy than others, so they have to have very big and heavy appropriate seating that works for just as many people as they possibly can get. So she gestures to the seats and just goes, "Here, just have a seat anywhere, and we'll run and get some of the grub that we made, yeah?"
Are all of us here, or is it just Maddie entering at the moment?
Yeah, who is here?
I figured everyone was here.
Okay.
Yeah,
So like
like
we all
as
fucking split up, gathered all our shit, and just went there together. So we're all arriving at the same time.
yes, yeah.
Okay.
So you are all welcomed into the tent, into the hunter's camp, and into the food tent.
I imagine Willow has acquired like a fucking duffel bag with a couple, probably a dozen different bottles of wine of different types that she then coerced Malik into carrying for her.
It did not take much coercing because he is, as a kind of big gentleman. He would look at it and just after one or two pleases, he would take it and just sling it over his shoulder. Not very phased by the weight, but yeah, he is carrying your duffel bag full of wine.
Paige is carrying a fucking gigantic bag of marshmallows.
You're
but-
carrying this like almost like soft canvas bag that has like been filled to bursting, ready
Yes.
for campfire use.
Exactly. She also has fucking graham crackers and chocolate, all of the shit for s'mores. She left Pierre to carry the heavy stuff of her bartending kit.
And obviously, Willow did make a point of going back to wherever she was. I don't know if we need to talk about whether she's staying in Delana House or has a like apartment above the shop. But will have cleaned up a little bit more and made herself more presentable than she has been up to this point. And, like, changed out of the viscera covered boots and pants and everything. And though she still has her goggles you can see attached to her belt, she actually will have swapped over to what one of the pictures that is in the 3 pictures for her of these like very tiny kind of round tinted glasses, not unlike Vincent's but smaller and more for a purpose because she does need glasses. And it's kind of set lower on her nose.
Might I also make a small request?
Sure.
Could Maddie have gone on ahead of everyone so she could fucking bathe?
Yes, yeah. There was a good stint of time where you could have been in the camp already and like cleaned up and then gone back out to the edge of the camp to bring everyone back in.
Yeah, okay. Well, when she grouped up with everyone, she was not necessarily in her leathers anymore, more like just like casual clothing. And her huge mane of hair is now tied up into a very, very long stick braid. And
Yeah.
she's very freshly clean.
Vincent looks relatively unchanged. He, if not a bit more tidied up, a bit cleaner. There's less dust and there's no drops or bits of blood and gore from the fight. He is still, though, wearing most of his hunter's attire, as it's kind of just his comfortable clothing. Malik, however, is wearing very Geralt of Rivia casual clothes, where it's just like a linen shirt and linen trousers and belt with boots. And he, like, his linens are very obviously stitched and sewn from being damaged or beat up. There's lots of patchwork on them, but it is just a collared shirt with a tie on the front of it, and you can see more of like his arms and skin. You actually, upon closer inspection, you can see that towards the elbow, once you get further up towards his elbow on his skin, there's almost a kind of scaly texture to his skin, like a sheen of like a different slight of a different type of skin as you get further up. It might be more different along his back and neck and other types of like underprotected areas might have this similar appearance as well.
I did forget to mention one thing with the initial introduction for Maddie, actually. It's more seen now that she's kind of in her like lighter clothes, but she does have a huge scar on her neck, kind of star-shaped scar from her neck, kind of going down into the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she's kind of in like tank top, and like slacks essentially, with some boots.
Yeah, so it seems to be pretty common for any wear types to like they dress down out of the leathers because it feels a bit more freeing to be in more loose-fitting, comfortable clothing. And that the scar on the neck it stands out when you notice it, but it is difficult to notice at first. It's almost like hidden in the shadow of the neck, very subtly, but it could easily be confused for like a necklace of some kind. Though, as you all like kind of find a seat and sit down, Lisa Silvers will sit down too, and Lisa Silvers is, to your eyes, Paige, and others who have not met her before, she is fully human looking. She looks like a kind of prim and proper woman with round, like spherical, or not spherical, round, simple glasses and a like a nice woven top and jacket that sits over top of it. She rolls her sleeves up past the elbow, and you can see that they are safety pinned to stop from rolling down. And her arms, there's like a very pristine quality to them. And it looks that way until you get all the way down to her nails, which her nails are a bit darker than her skin tone. And they are long, like Vincent's, longer actually than his, and they curve slightly. But she otherwise looks just like a typical, almost perfectly normal human. But as you all like kind of get down and sit together, Vincent will look up and he will address Lisa, and he will like do like this half nod gesture and be like, "Cher, good to see you again." And she will just kind of casually wave. And from the last session, I had her as like a vague British type, but I'm going to change her voice because I like this voice better. She will casually wave and be like, "Oh, no, that's all right. I appreciate the. It's nice to feel welcome. Thank you, Vincent." And she'll look to the rest of you, and then see you're all coming in and say, "Oh, so we are having guests today? Is that what I am to understand?"
Guests that do bring gifts. And she's like gestures towards duffel bag.
You hear from behind the giant mountain of marshmallow bag.
Malik reaches down, grabs his duffel bag, or the duffel bag he had been carrying, and sets it on the far end of the table. And this table is just as sturdy and thick and heavy to match the seats in the bench row. He sets it down and he starts unpacking bottles because he's like, I don't know what else to do, and just starts pulling it apart, pulling out individual bottles. Is like, do we just one to each of us, or?
Yeah, Willow will like let him like pull out a couple, and then she will start very pointedly arranging them, because again, every single one is different.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like arranging color in like before meal, after meal, like sherry versus like Cabernet. Like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like
Mm.
as you're setting them out, I imagine like in Willow's head, you're just like, okay, the Cabernet, the Pinot Grigio, this one, and then Vincent, as they are being laid out, he like looks at one, grabs it, and tilts it, and he's like, Moscato, Pinot Grigio, and he just starts listing off wine types as well.
You have attracted the attention of your local page.
Hmm.
She's just gonna like, probably like, very like carefully and with like an oomph, put the fucking giant marshmallow bag on the table.
Mm-hmm.
When she hears the clinking of glass bottles, a sound she knows well. And she just sees a bunch of wine bottles, and she's just like, interest is piqued. She's going to mosey her way over there and just like slowly, just like probably like stands like behind Willow as she's organizing them, as she's looking at all of the bottles, looking at all the different labels and the different bottle. Like she is intrigued.
Really quick, roll me a perception page. Roll
Oh.
me a perception check. And it's going to be at, let's see. Technically it's going to be at a red and 2 purple.
Oh boy. 2 purple and a red. Perception. Let's go.
and as Vincent's like looking at the bottles, he gets a very pointed look from Willow, like, you're going to taste at least a sip or two from all of these.
Paige, you get up and start to like take a few steps to kind of get closer so you can see the wine bottles. But as you had gotten up and moved towards the wine bottles, you hear a crinkle of the marshmallow bag being messed with.
Oh, she's gonna fucking whirl around. Who the fuck?
You whirl around and you can see Lisa Silver has reached her hand over and has plucked a marshmallow between 2 of her fingers, like poking the nail into it at both ends. And she's like, "Oh, sorry. Was this not for everyone?"
Oh no, it is. I just set you up here. No,
Did-
feel free to have some.
She like holds it up and just goes, "Are you sure I can put it back? I have not technically bitten into
No,
it."
no, no. This is for everyone to share. I just didn't want to be able to eat them all before anyone could get some.
She just a little blush to her cheeks, and she just goes, "Okay, well, thank you." And she brings it, like pulls her hand back, and you watch the mushroom. The fuck am I talking about? Marshmallow.
Mushroom?
Marshmallow.
The mushroom?
Yeah. She pulls the marshmallow, like brings her hand back to herself, and you watch the marshmallow like kind of crinkle a little bit, like it is being sucked in and like compressed, and it only shrinks like just the barest little bit. Like you can see the movement, and she holds it close and just looks very pleased. And like twists it around in her fingers and just goes, "This is delightful. I truly love marshmallows. They are not in camp often enough. I think we could stand to have more marshmallows here."
I see you are very smart then. But you didn't eat it.
Hmm.
Oh,
How you this? It's a marshmallow.
she very quickly like, "Oh, sorry. Here, let me and she pulls the marshmallow off, and you can see that part of the marshmallow had gotten stuck and pulled under her fingernail. And she plops it into her mouth and she chews. And there's a very like I'll roll to see if she can
Sorry.
perform this.
I just assume that Paige is unaware of the nuances of weirdlings and
Mhm.
that she's like, this lady just has really long nails, which is
Yeah,
an
no, that's
aesthetic.
normal.
Yeah.
That is a normal thing to assume.
Mhm.
But her deception is very bad. So if you make an insight check against 2 purple,
Oh boy. Success.
yeah. So she pops the little marshmallow into her mouth and she just goes, it is very good and so sweet. One of my favorite treats of all time.
Willow will just kind of lean over from where she has like a bottle of sherry in her hands. She's a different type of cold blood, dear.
She has a cold?
A vampire can.
Oh. Okay, so I mean, I don't think you tasted it the second time. Did you taste? Is that how you ate the first time? Which your how do you say the
Fingers.
yes?
Vincent just wiggles his fingers and just goes, finger food.
That's a good joke. I should write that one down.
Thank you. He bows. And like Lisa just kind of awkwardly shuffles in her seat and blushes a little bit. Just goes, sorry, I know it sometimes is a little unnerving to people to see me consume food, but
See, now I'm just wondering, could you eat 10 marshmallows at the same time?
she just blinks.
See, that's the. I think that's
Maybe,
the fastest way to
technically.
eat. See, how many marshmallows can you eat at first? See, I can only eat one at a time because I have to use my mouth. I can't use fingers. But if you can do that, you can eat like 10 at a time, and that's just so much sugar at the same time.
Pierre is like kind of chuckling to himself and leaning on his elbow and just goes, you do not need to humor my sister. She is just enjoying the company, and she is fond of all of the newness to her.
Though I will say, it is interesting that you can taste through your fingers. Something I wasn't aware of.
See, the marshmallows was a good idea, I guess.
She nods and just goes, I think it was a very good idea, but I am also very biased. And she reaches into the bag and pulls out 2 more marshmallows.
See, it's not biased if it's a fact.
Malik will reach over and take the edge of the bag and tug it slightly further away from her, and he's like, save some for the rest of us.
I think I brought too much, honestly. So it's no big deal.
See, she brought too much, and now we need to help her with. She's going to have to carry this big bag all the way back home, and that is just too much of a burden to leave to one person.
Oh, the bag
She
will be empty by
slides the
the end
bag
of the
back
night.
over.
The bag will be empty by the end of the night, one way or another.
Vera nods very sagely and just continues eating the marshmallows, and you watch them just kind of shrivel slightly every couple of seconds.
Mm-hmm. See, now I need to get my station set up. She's going to be like, okay, crisis averted. Marshmallows are not falling. Back to the alcohol.
So Ingrid will, like, watching this whole thing transpire, she just is kind of head in hand, pleasant, like just enjoying the energy, and she will reach over and just inspect a bottle and say, like, so do you get to raid your parents' wine cabinet, or is this just something you had lying around?
Well, I did have some of these around, but many of them I also got from a few taverns that knew me. Delaunay tabs do tend to stay open.
Now, that is impressive. How many tabs do you have open, you think? Do you keep track?
Only of the ones I actually care about. Let's just say most of all the stores and taverns and pubs and restaurants on near and around the Clockworkers part of town, I do have open tabs on. Better to keep them happy with me so that I can continue to eat.
Oh, that makes sense. And Ingrid was cut off as she looks up and notices that a new person has arrived at the edge of the tent, and in walks a broad woman who stands about as tall as Malik, slightly shorter. She's probably 5'11", like 6 feet tall, but she is muscular, noticeably muscular, and there is also a bright, like white shock of hair that is cut short, at least shorter for a woman. And she has this big broadsword that she keeps tapered to her back. She is wearing her hunter leathers. She has high boots that go up to her knee that are buckled and strapped in. And she has an eye patch over her right eye. And this person walks in, and the most immediate thing you notice, aside from just all of these superficial details, is that this woman is like older. She is probably in her late 50s. And she just walks in very casually and sits down very hard next to Maddie and just goes, "Hey there, how's it going?" Just puts an arm over Maddie and like rocks back and forth for a second.
Maddie turned. Fuck.
Maddie, who has a mouthful of marshmallows.
She has a mouthful. She turns. It's like, oh, I haven't seen you in a while. How's the hunt? Chokes a bit.
This is
In character roleplay.
in character.
Mhm.
I'm amazed at your dedication.
So she sits down next to Maddie, and Maddie's like, "Oh my god, it's a." She just pats Maddie on the back and just goes, "Hey, chew your food." But the hunt was good. It's good to be back. I'm tired. Getting too old for this. And she looks at Maddie, and there's like just this hint of just half joking, half not joking.
Maddie swallows really hard. Probably not chewing enough, and then takes a big swig of something to get it to go down. Fuck. Sorry.
No, you're good. Ingrid has gotten like wooden mugs for everyone. So like there's not unfortunately any sort of fancy wine glasses unless you brought those too, Willow, which I would not put it past to have brought or prepared.
Don't know that she would have brought fancy wine glasses, but she probably does have a
Fair.
set of like 12, 13
Mhm.
something, just like kind of plain like glasses, like without the stems. You know, the wine glasses that don't have the extra breakable bits.
Personal favorite, those are. But yeah, so you have these wine glasses set out, which those have they're not fancy. They are just kind of standard stemless wine glasses. But there is a noticeable difference between the rustic setting and the glassware, where this does not seem it doesn't seem like it's almost out of place. But as you those set out, Malik will grab a glass and just set some of the wine. I imagine that there's been poured over to Maddie so that she can kick back some, which, ungraceful as it may be, still washes the lump down her throat.
Sorry.
Mm-mm.
Well, an old hen like you should probably retire sometime soon.
She scratches her chin, like, I'll think about it. But, well, me an old hen. You're probably just, well, kind of my age. And she'll elbow you really hard. It's like, and you too. And she points to Malik. Malik just casually eating some of the food that has been laid out, which laid out the food is like soups and breads, a bit of like a stew. It's a very like meaty meal, baked with vegetables directly into it, so it's easy for hunters to get all the food groups in one big swig without having to really get picky choosy about it.
So this is a small thing, but how Maddie eats this stew and bread and stuff, she takes the bread, stuffs a hole in it, and then puts the soup into the bread and eats it like that. So it's like a sandwich.
Like a stew sandwich.
Yes, like a
Incredible.
stuffed bun.
It is a mess as you eat. It gets like stew droppings and bits of bread chunks like all over her face, but it's nothing new. Like, plus it's really good because you get the warm soft bread, you get the smooth like delightful broth of the stew, and then you get the chunks of vegetable and meat inside the stew.
All in
Like,
one bite.
It's all like it's the perfect way to eat it. It's just a little bit more messy than normal.
You
and
feel the
Malik
weight
just-
of like Willow's gaze from probably the other opposite end of the table, because for some reason I feel like Willow has been stuck with the vampires on that side of the table.
Oh yeah, the vampires were the ones who they sit next to Willow all the way over there, mostly because Vincent likes how you fascinate over him.
Oh my
And
god.
she's actually, you can tell the like proper training that Willow has received in how to eat is very kind of prim and proper, and you just feel the weight of her gaze over her little round glasses as she is like watching, and then she will look towards the vampires. Do they all eat like that?
Both Vincent and Lisa nod at like in unison. Vincent, who has not touched his stew, despite being served stew, he is just stirring it with the spoon, and he just like happily shrugs. Lisa, she, in a as prim and proper way as you can manage, has stuck 4 of her fingers on one hand into the bowl, as if she's like holding the bowl. And she just shrugs, just goes, they all have their quirks, like we all do. I think hers is just also extends into how she eats.
Gaze slowly moving back towards Maddie and continuing to watch as she's continuing to eat herself, but is just observing this.
Malik, having sat next to Maddie, is like, he takes his bread, he takes like a loaf of bread and will use it like a scoop and will scoop stew elements into it and then just take a bite. So he's kind of halfway between like normal dipping bread and eating it and doing what Maddie does, but his has less debris. But like the woman who sits down, the bulky woman at the end, she like leans over onto the table so that everyone down the way can see her, and she just goes, "Hi, by the way, my name's Hawk. One of the hunters here." And Ingrid, from like all the way down on the other end of the table, will elbow you, Willow, and be like, "She's the oldest hunter."
Oldest. Well, that's an accomplishment.
And she just shrugs and just goes, "Hey, thank you for noticing. Not a lot of kids give me the respect I deserve. So I usually end up having to conk some heads together. When I'm here, that is. Huntsmaster keeps me busy nowadays."
Honestly, she should give you a bit of a break. You deserve a vacation.
It's it's good for my health. Keeps me going. For now, at least. And she just rolls her neck, and you can hear just the slight pop and crack as her neck pops. While Paige is setting up this bartending station, I imagine Pierre is helping you with that. Pierre is like fascinated by all of these hunters in one place, like this eclectic mix of individuals who are both either like doctors or experimenters or gunmen or swordsmen or something.
Something cool every time.
Yeah, they're all something, and he is just gawking, but like still helping you set up. And he's like, Paige, I want to go sit with all the people. This is so cool. Are we nearly done with the setup here?
Yes, but I should want to make myself a drink. But everyone is so cool. This is great when you talk to people and you get to meet people and not just, hide behind the cookies and not talk to anyone.
Pierre just like puts a hand to the side of his head. He just goes, "Oh no, I forgot the cookies." Oh, and he like puts his hands in his face.
She's gonna fucking grab his fucking jacket and just fucking yank down, fucking face to face with him.
He is hiding behind his hands, like not wanting to look at anyone, like ashamed, not wanting to look at his sister, ashamed.
Well, they're face to face now because she has yanked him down. It's like, yeah,
Don't yell at me.
I'm not going to yell at you. I just, I have a question for you. How would you forget something so important?
I was in a rush. It's not my fault.
You had two jobs.
I had to run to 2 different places. This is not fair. I had a lot to do.
The 2 places were right next to each other. Pierre, I said, I can't believe you forgot the cookies.
Don't you use my full name with me? That is what. That's only
But
for
no,
must
forget the
use.
cookies, and I won't use your full name with you.
And, like wrestles out of your grip and starts setting up more drink stuff. And he's like, "It's not my fault. I forgot to. Maybe you should have got the cookies. What were you doing instead? Getting all the drinks? You were next door. You could have done this too."
Look, do you not see the giant pile of marshmallows that I brought? That I carried? See, at the very least, I brought the marshmallows so we don't, I'm not going to die of no sugar, so. I still can't believe you forgot the cookies. And she's gonna start mixing a drink. As she's like saying, it's just like.
As that is happening, a hawk will look at Ingrid and then look back to Maddie and some of the other hunters, and then look over to Willow and say like, "So you work with the hunters a lot?" To Willow.
Willow kind of gives a little bit of a shrug. Time to time. I have worked with Ingrid here for good several cases now. Just anybody that comes into the shop that needs something. Hunter, Church, Inquisition, other. More than a few explorers have come through.
Okay. That's interesting. So, you, and she points to Sister Agneta and just goes, "You work with the hunters on occasion too, or at least through the church?"
Cody!
Yes, sorry.
You're good. But Hawk basically asking if you work with the hunters frequently, or at least through the church.
I am beginning to believe it might be more of my duties.
Interesting. So, I have a question for all of you, if you don't mind. And she's just kind of swirling the drink that's she basically swiped a drink from nearby and is swirling it, and she'll say, "I have some interesting work that's come up, and I could use the help of a couple of young bucks who are willing to hear me out, or at least help me out.
Willow will again kind of get that little sharp smile. I do think that it depends on exactly what you mean by interesting.
She shrugs and just goes, interesting as in a mix of local legends and other things, as well as just, I mean, a little bit of danger. If you're all willing to venture outside the walls of the city, which, if you're out here, I would bet you're willing to do that. Not many people come down here to visit and hang out, especially for dinner.
Well, I don't know about these guys, but you got me.
She like gives you like a playful punch in the arm. She's like, yeah, I know you got you. You and, well, your boyfriend here. And she gestures to Malik, who, like, after the mention of that, just goes and like chokes a little bit on bread and soup or bread and stew.
She just snickers.
An invitation to get out of the walls of the city. More than jump
He
at that
nods.
chance.
Well, I have to check with the vicar, and I'll need to pray on it, but it's not a no.
She nods to you. And
Willow will just kind of
like-
lean a little bit closer to Agneta. Think of it this way. Say yes, and you don't have to deal with my brother as often. Get to deal with me instead.
The Lord wants me to go outside the walls.
Then
God.
Hawk like kind of snorts and then looks over to Paige and Pierre and will raise an eyebrow and be like, and I wager you two probably have some kind of talent, or at least are brave or stupid enough to play along.
Well, of course I'm very brave. Have you not seen me? I'm very intimidating.
Pierre, under his breath, just says, and also very stupid, but you don't see me arguing? Huh?
The I'm very intimidating does get a snort from Willow.
See, she's covering in fear. But, I mean, I've never been out there before. So, I'm in.
Well, it's not far outside the city, but I heard that there's a bit of a snafu involving one of the old cemeteries that we had before the city knew about some of the more dangerous aspects of the woods in the area around us. So, if you wouldn't mind, I could use some help with that. It'd be an eclectic mix of challenges, something with a little bit of expertise and a little bit of weirdness from everybody. Definitely always need the helping hand of a hunter, but also it wouldn't hurt to have a member of the clergy there, just in case we need a little bit of holiness on our side, and, well, I've never been steered wrong by the clockworkers.
If you were, then I would no longer be a clockworker.
And she takes a sip. Yeah, but take your time, think on it. I've got some other bits and bobs and loose ends to tie up. And I figure Maddie here is willing to entertain you, so we'll see. You're in good hands.
I imagine she just took a big bite and just kind of smiles in response. I got nothing to worry about.
Right.
Through a mouthful.
Perfect. And she'll sit up for a second and be like, I'll be around town. and I'll be around camp. And she looks at Maddie and just goes, I'll see if I can't get a hold of all of you in your own separate ways. And she'll take a step back and get up from the table and say, like, but I'll leave you to your dinner for the time being.
Wait, you're not joining us?
Oh, I can't. I've got more stuff that I need to square away. But, like I said, if you're willing to help me out with this other thing, then there'll be more goodies that we can hang out, or more goodies that we can run into and trouble we can get into. Trust me. And she, like, punches you on the arm again. This will be good.
She'll just nod and kind of grinning, looking forward to trouble at the sound of getting into trouble. Little mischievous. Well, yeah, I don't mind helping out with this. You better not die before while we're doing this for you.
First off, you're not doing this for me. You're doing this with me. And second, I'm never gonna die. And she just shrugs and kind of rolls her neck and her shoulders a little bit. You can see like her, like beneath the collar of her shirt and around the edges of her arms, like the sort of ripple of muscle underneath.
Damn, she's strong.
She
Sorry,
she
I'm just having this mental image now.
mm-hmm. She is like the same degree that like a weirdling is strong. She is almost, if not on par with some of the stronger weirdlings. Like she is a strong person. But she will get up from the table and like do a 2-finger salute, be like, I'll be back, and head out from the tent. Ingrid
Maddie,
watching her go, I'm just kind of like, oh. Yes, Maddie?
seeing her walk away, she will quickly grab a marshmallow and toss it at her for the road.
She'll grab it and like kind of squeeze it, do that little like plush puffy gesture with the marshmallow, and just like, ooh, nice. And she'll take it and immediately pop it in her mouth and hit the road.
Ah, these kids are so smart.
Willow just kind of like sipping on her own wine. Willow's kind of like turn towards Ingrid and lift her glass very slightly towards her. And thank you for getting me some new luck.
Ingrid will raise her glass and clink yours and be like, no problem. And she looks towards the exit where Hawk just left, and she just kind of tilts her head and goes, oh, she was in a hurry. Weird, but not unusual these days.
Any idea what she's been doing recently?
Oh, recently, last I heard, she had been up and out in the north, if I remember correctly. She was up past Thunderforge B and even higher than that, I think. She was gone for a while, and that's not the first time she has been gone. I don't remember much about why she was gone. At least the Huntsmaster hadn't said, but the Huntsmaster almost lets her get away with whatever outing she wants.
Well, she's definitely earned it.
Ingrid nods and like points with her glass, just tipping it, just like, oh, that's fucking true.
Honestly, though, I think she should stay in camp some more.
I don't think you could keep her in camp if you paid her to.
True.
I feel like she's only gotten more active as she's gone on in age.
I kind of hardly see her around anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think the last time I saw her in person had to be at least over a month or two ago. And that was, hell, let me think. I think she went all the way up to Starwick and back.
And she does
And
all of
that's-
this on her own without a group.
There's like a pause, and Ingrid thinks, and Malik interjects and says, "Oh, most of the time the groups don't like sticking with her. She's not one to coddle people who can't keep up."
Yeah, that's Hawk for you. Always flying solo.
She was one of the original group of hunters that sort of kicked off the whole profession, I guess. So she's always, she kind of technically is always hunted alone.
Well, not always. She kind of pouts a bit.
Well, whatever she's up to, it's probably another big monster thing, and she wants to drag you into it because she knows that she can count on you, and because you're her favorite. And he elbows Maddie.
Fucking better be.
He just
She
rolls
takes
his
a
eyes.
big bite of food. Like defiantly.
Willow will have acquired some shot glasses from the bartending kit.
And
we'll-
I was about to say, Paige has probably brought a couple glasses of different cocktails she has been making. And she comes in, she's like, I guess there's an extra chick. I didn't realize she left.
Pierre walks over and just goes, "Well, that was fast."
Mm.
Whatever, more for me? Or us?
She's just gonna put the tray down. She's like, it's just a bunch of your bartending basics. But she takes one of the glasses for her own. It's very specific. She picks the one glass that she made. She made one Jack Rose. That's her favorite. She's like, "Is this one is mine? You can all fight over those."
Vincent will take the Jack Rose, and he will what? I just want to. I'm not gonna drink it. Don't worry. I just want to smell it.
She squints at him. Do you promise you're not going to drink it?
He smiles and will hold up two fingers and not cross them, and will say, "Scout's honor."
She's going to
I'm
be
not
like,
gonna drink it.
she says, "Scout's honor? No. That's people break their Scout's honor all the time, but you know what they don't break?" And she's gonna hold up her pinky.
He'll hold out his pinky, and he will pinky promise.
Pinky
And
promises.
His skin is very cold, but you hear him say to you, "That's a good call on my bluff, because I was never a scout."
See, that's what they said. You know, people who always have cool glasses don't listen to that.
And he will take the shot glass, and he will just take a whiff of it. And
It's not a shot glass. It's similar to a martini glass. This is
okay.
what it looks like, by the way.
The
'Cause,
shot glasses are
cookies.
coming from Willow.
Yeah, Willow's. As Paige has made a couple of cocktails, He probably made like a Moscow Mule. She's obviously, a gimlet. Maybe even the tried and true Long Island iced tea. All with different fantasy names, obviously. All the classics. But Jack Rose, that's the one that she made for herself. And that is what she is pinky promised. You're not going to drink it, but you may smell it, I guess.
Willow is setting up her wine experiment.
Oh, yes.
He will take it, smell it, and swirl it a little bit, and then hand it back to you. He was going to try and swipe a drink of it just to test it, but you made him pinky promise, so he relinquishes without taking a sip.
If you like to smell of it, I couldn't just make me one. It takes me like 2 seconds.
He shrugs and he's like, "As your liquor, if you're willing to share, I would be glad to do my part."
Okay. She puts it down, takes one sip, puts it down, and she's just going to I imagine her drink station is not far at all. She placed it as close to the marshmallows as physically possible, which are located right next to Lisa. So she just makes one for him real quick while Willow is setting up her shot glass experiment. She does it with maybe a little bit more show. She probably flips one of the bottles. As she before she shakes it and pours it in.
So while you are preparing another mixed drink, Lisa scoots forward and will lean over towards Willow and say, "Oh, by the way, I was very curious. How did you know that I was a cold blood? Is it that obvious? Do I have it written all over my face?" And she puts her hands to her face.
Not exactly. Let's just say I have a bit of a fascination with the non-human. And all I need is to see the marshmallows shrink once to provide an educated guess.
She nods. Goes, "So you are with the Clockworkers Guild, maybe? Or are you a doctor?"
Willow nods. One of their better clockworkers, if I do say so myself.
And her eyes light up, and she kind of scoots forward on the bench more, and she will start talking about how she will go on and say "Oh, well, you would find this interesting then. So I work as the medic here. For a lot of these, eccentric hunter types, I get to explore a lot of unique physiologies." And then she'll just go on and talk about all of the different things she's gotten to, all of the different weirdlings and people she's gotten to more or less operate on. And just not divulge, but talk about how oh yes, the healing that takes place for a were type versus something like a traditional cold blood, and she'll just divin it is very shockingly different, and not something that I would have expected to be so different. So, for example, if silver touches the body, it can in fact, and she will just go and go and go and go.
She starts talking about that type of shit. Willow immediately is focused in on her a little bit more. And will ask maybe a slightly more mechanical type questions than okay, healing factor, but what about the extra bones and the things that she can understand more specifically as somebody who's not necessarily directly medically trained, but can work out the anatomy of things. Where do the extra teeth come from? Where do they go? Grab Vincent's hand, shake his hand in her direction. These nails grow longer. Where do they go? Where do they come from?
Is he gone?
Oh no.
Z, are you still there?
I'm here.
Oh no.
That's again.
Oh no. See,
Hello.
Unfortunate. Now you're back.
oh,
Yeah, I was there the entire time. I could hear all of you. I don't know
Oh,
why
that was
it
weird.
wasn't.
But you were asking like about the teeth and like holding Vincent's hand and trading notes back and forth from with her. You would learn that like
I'm assuming at this
Huh?
point Vincent has been chill enough that like she is not concerned that he is gonna like freak out at her for her to just like
Correct.
grab him.
No, Vin is very like at this point he is firmly established like he does not mind Willow in the slightest. And in fact, it feeds his ego the more fascinated you are and the more questions you ask about him specifically. He likes to feel like he is the center of attention. So he enjoys the questions and curiosities. And both he and Malik know this, and Malik is like, "Oh my god, he is being himself again." But you would know that like, or you would learn from this exchange that a lot of the teeth and bone structure for weirdlings is a lot like the bones are grown in when they become a weirdling, and they're like the structure whenever they change or whenever they access the bones, it's almost like a muscle that is flexed that causes the teeth to elongate. But just little factoids, so it starts to kind of round out some information you already had the about most of the weirdlings. Or at least some of the weirdling anatomy.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Maddie will pull out her brush, a very, very old, very used brush, and slide it over to Willow.
Willow will take it, and you can see her like start to inspect it very closely, and like not at first fully realizing what she has been handed, and then the brain kicks in, and will start to pull out hair and fur, and like another handkerchief comes out, and it just gets put in there and carefully folded into the handkerchief.
Is that good enough?
For now. I might actually need to ask for some later, depending on what I find. Don't let me get a hold of items like this very much.
Well, you said you'd pay for dinner, so.
Yes, you'll just have to swing by my shop at some point. I'll take you wherever you'd like to go.
Bright eyes. There's this one place I've always wanted to try. Do you know they serve meat on a skewer there? They carve it right at your table.
Oh no.
And there's just like this like slight arch, like single brow going up, and like, yes, I do think that one of my brothers has been there before. They seemed satisfied.
I've always wanted to try it.
Well, just I can't promise I can do it exactly when you want. Depends on what I have in the shop, but promise is a promise. And she just kind of like looks to the others, and I suppose if Maddie can control some of her appetites, the rest of you can come too. I should be able to afford it all.
oh, I mean, is that or
one dessert per person, but yes.
Okay.
Pierre, under his breath, is like, "This show was the show you did, the most recent one that ended in a complete disaster. This is probably your best show result ever." And he just like waves his hand, just blanket statement. I am sorry about all the tragedy, but also this has never happened before, and this is incredible.
The two of you struggling.
No,
No,
no.
no.
The jobs. It's more of a side geek.
And there's this kind of staring at them, weighing what they said, but just tactful enough not to press. Just a little nod.
Paige is just like, oh, okay. What if I trade out the meal for more dessert? So it's it's like one meal and one dessert, but I can trade out the meal for like one dessert, so I can have two total.
I mean, I suppose if you really want that, but to be fair, I don't think they are known for their desserts.
We can trade. We can trade. You have my dessert. I will have the meat that you get. Deal?
Deal. Yeah, I don't. As long as there's a sugar in it, it'll be fine.
Maddie puts her hand out to Paige to shake for this deal.
She's kind of like watching this happen, and then slowly looking back towards Lisa. Tell me, there's not a cold blood that runs on sugar, right? So I'm starting to get the impression that one is.
She opens her mouth to answer, and Vin replaces it. And he's like, "If there was one, it would be one of those two." And he points to both Paige and Lisa. And Lisa just, her finger like curls up, and she just goes, "There's not a species that I'm aware of that it feeds off of sugar in the same way that either of us feed off of blood, but technically you could get sugar in blood, and it could be a way to, well, maybe sort of, but I doubt your friend is actually a vampire of any kind."
No, it's not. That's cool.
Just look of doubt sent in Paige's direction.
I wish. Yeah, I mean, how cool that would be. But no, I just like sugar, and I eat a lot of it because I kind of need it to function. But it is what I mostly eat. But I mean, people think it was weird, but I've always eaten a lot of sugar. But no, not more than normal.
Well, then maybe you are a vampire. It's not impossible, right? You could be. And Lisa's like jesting a little bit.
So it's possible. I
And
don't think so.
Malik speaks up and just goes, "She's joking. Or trying to joke."
You see, I'd like to believe the joke. Because in this joke, in this like reality, it's something that could be really cool. So I am choosing to believe the joke. That's how this works.
You get a couple of snorts from the various people at the table. But if there's anything else that you all want to do in character, I think it would be a good time to leave off for now, and we can pick up here or close to here next time.
At the end of supper next time.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other
At the
than
end of the merrymaking and cavorting and having fun.
Yay.
Willow will not let him escape this. She has decided that it is an experiment that needs to have happened. Will have very pointedly poured at least a shot glass's worth of wine, of each of the type of wines, for Vincent. And he will have to drink all of them to see if he can taste a difference and if there is some sort of preference that can be found for a cold blood.
Oh no.
And also,
And she will probably explain the experiment to Lisa and get Lisa to also do it. Because 2 subjects is better than 1.
hell yeah.
We shall see.
Random question. Is
Mhm.
Vincent able to be seen in a mirror?
You'll have to get a mirror.
Okay. Fine.
I am going to say that you have not seen Vincent use a mirror before.
Okay.
Maddie has not.
Okay. I was just gonna make some kind of joke about like, wow, his ego is so big, it'd only be bigger if he could see in the mirror.
True.
Okay, then.
I mean, Paige is doing her best to make friends. Endear herself.
Good. I had a lot of fun with
Mhm.
the merrymaking of this session.
Yes.